Let's see what this tutorial's about. Oh, that's a lot of... Okay. No.
Thank you.
There you go.
Evening. Detective, thank you for 3 whole ass years. Prime.
Oh, I should accept that, shouldn't I?
Outbreak.
Go.
Neuro. Aspire. Bassist. Tony.
I'm in. Thank you.
Foolproof Billy Goat. It's like at a demo. Didn't know. It's gonna be another loud and bumpy night for my neighbors and I am not thrilled.
Oh, controller support? Oh, it does. Let's see how this goes.
I'm enjoying that.
How do I... What's that? Oh. You know, I'm sure that's fine. How do I...
Okay, sorry. Did you guys do the tutorial?
I'm doing it now.
Okay, so I should just start a game to do it real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although I'm...
It's not my birthday, but I love you now. How are you?
You're kind of cutting it out.
Am I? me know if this is any better.
No, my just shit. Okay, so shift is an input key in this game, meaning, like, if I talk, then it's like, oh, okay, you want to keep progressing, so now I just closed all the tutorials. It's fine. I mean, it'll be fine once we actually play normally, because then I can use the actual talk key. I can just look at the control.
Yeah. I'm sure it's fine that I accidentally used all of my shit immediately. I'm sure this is fine.
Very safe house, air base of operations. Place some protective measures to quarantine Daha City. What do you mean? For an artifact.
I don't know how I feel about this camp.
You can rotate it.
Yeah, I know, that's what I mean.
Those special containers.
Okay, so you guys, but like you did you start an actual mission like this table?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it.
Yeah. I'm just sort of. I can't tell if this is the tutorial level or if this is just.
That's weird. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, the aiming is a little interesting.
It's definitely gonna take getting used to. It feels better on a controller, though.
That's what I'm using. Hello, Doctor. Constable. This is the demo for Whisper Mountain Outbreak. It was cited just yesterday. by the developers as a game that was inspired because Capcom was taking too long with any sort of Outbreak anything, so they decided to do it themselves.
I can get behind that.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm not gonna.
You'll find out.
I'm going
I
to.
definitely need to do this though. Okay. Okay, I will quit the tutorial, or whatever the fuck it is now. I understand it now.
Oh, Eldridge. Are you some kind of Resident Evil fan? You seem pretty uninterested in the series, yeah.
Hates it.
We do have a fourth joining shortly. But,
Air quotes.
that was a share button. Here we go.
Right. Share.
I'm posting the code in Waffle House setting or chat.
Okay.
Yeah, there's customization.
Join.
Blackjack current, but there is some.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be much more when Hey, you're finally awake. Aw. Okay, well, that's...
What?
Can I change my name mid-game? Hold on. Damn it.
What?
So it, you know, like when you join in the thing, it pops up and it's like, oh, you pick your little 3 things, and the only one that I the only one that I thought I could pick and do well was Mall Cop. So I wanted to change my name to Paul Blart.
Ah, I see.
Also gonna mute Discord and see if the in-game chat works. Hello? Woo?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. Okay.
Oh!
Turn that up. Turn that down. Turn that down. Okay.
Why is this not letting me?
Oh God. Why are you playing as the pyromaniac?
Well, I don't know. Someone different.
Okay.
Testing. I'm audible, right?
Yes.
Test. Very good. I don't mind that toggle. That's fine. I'm in just
Feels like
the
it's gonna
right.
have base upgrading mechanics.
It's just the wrong mindset to
I mean, you can get a
go
walkie-talkie.
yell at my neighbors.
Yeah, I think there's two now by the look of it.
I took one.
That's about right.
So I grabbed the one, and I think Snake has the other one, just judging on the really fucked up sound his microphone is making.
Hey, yours is doing the same thing.
Yeah.
It's not great. I'm sure it's fine. And I'm
How
sure
do I
it
sound
won't
now?
alert any zombie ever.
That's better.
Yeah,
Hey, radio.
I
Yeah,
dropped
that sounds
mine.
fine. I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, okay, that definitely is a really shitty walkie-talkie thing.
Yeah, which I can appreciate, but
But you know, they're probably just gonna have better walkie-talkies that sound better for more money. I don't like this sprint. Change the sprint.
oh, there's my stamina. Okay. This world's kind of, if you were going to buy it anyway, I would, well, no, it doesn't. Rotate, yeah, okay, I'm more or less on board with the control scheme.
Oh, that feels better. Okay.
I don't think they can hear me. I need to figure out why my Discord shit isn't letting me mute my stream deck. It's very frustrating. I don't remember if I have. Do I have a, no, I don't. Game Pass counters a demo. I would say no, just given what Game Pass is. Occasionally I have to refresh this. Yeah, I did that and it's still not working as a thing. And now it won't, like it tells me I need to refresh the permissions, but it simply, after that first box, it simply won't. I'm going to try restarting Steam Deck. Or Stream Deck. You know, I would if bloody load.
I'm just gonna unmute in Discord because sounds like shit for now.
That did it. There we go.
What? Oh,
Yeah, my Stream Deck wasn't working correctly, so I had to
don't know.
start the damn thing.
Oh,
There's a cat screaming outside my door.
meow.
I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind.
I'm gonna do a wonder pull for a Buzzwole.
I mean, no, I will not. Out of the three of them, I trust him the least. A video game?
Yeah.
Well, he can't. Got it?
Yeah.
Cheater. Given to terrorism, I refuse. So if I were to... Hey, Lily, come here.
Hold on, I'm doing something. There we go.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh,
Sorry about that. I was a hungry boy.
What do you
what'd
get?
you make?
I grilled some chicken for some burritos, and then I also had
Oh.
some chorizo left over, and I said, "Sure, I'll make that." And by the time you sent me the message, I was wrapping it. I was like, "Oh, okay, that's good timing."
Yeah.
For the perspective, you have to aim like between the two.
How do I join?
There's a room code. Sent it to you via Discord.
Got it. Hold on.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
All right. I love that summoning circle. Complete with Bill from Gravity Falls.
Oh boy, ooh, that's a big infographic. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, aim and shoot. That's fine. Swing and big swing. Okay. Run. Okay. F is interact. That's disgusting. Tab is inventory. Okay. Sure. Sounds good. I'm just gonna.
I feel like a lot of games are doing F for interact nowadays.
Yeah.
Save me.
It's replaced E. Sarkuchiki. Thank you for 125 for last month. 5 to the 3rd, indeed. They're an actual Star Wars.
There's
Yeah.
actual. Yeah.
There's like 3 or 4 of them that exist. There's
Just most of the
Saga.
time, people always modify them.
Yeah. Saga is built on 3.5. There's West End. There's what's the most recent one that came out?
Oh.
Oh God. It's gonna bug me. God, it's right there. Someone can post and or look it up and post it. But yeah,
That's
Saga's
doing anything.
saying
I don't think that's doing it.
what?
Trying to use the emote wheel.
Oh yeah, there's no.
How'd you do that?
You have,
Oh,
you have to,
okay.
yeah.
Go.
Okay, we are going to be using in-game career. Am I double checking?
Oh, I see. I will have to find a way to turn that on.
I could just press V.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all right. That works.
Okay, I think we need to pick. You gotta pick the mission. Everybody's gotta vote on it or whatever.
Just the one.
Can I get a number 5?
Grab
Number
target item.
7?
Hell's
That doesn't work. That
target
sounds
item.
bad for me.
Oh. Can you all see this as I look through it?
We can
No.
read it on our own.
I don't know. Oh, it's an actual district. So distress calls, no survivors, burning wreck, heart of the ruins. Okay. I guess we get in the goddamn van. All right. Fine,
Are you
jeez.
ready, kids?
I don't know what that button did.
There we go.
Detective, no.
Hey, shotgun shells.
Let's toast it. I'll take that, I
Hey,
suppose.
pistol rounds. Up.
Oh.
Whoops.
Shotgun shells over there in that corner.
Thank you. Oh dear.
Yeah, it's fine.
Hey, fridge.
There.
Word. Why was there a grenade in that cabinet? Bill, you want a grenade? My inventory's full.
Sure.
Or do we want to?
Gun anyway.
We want to break this down.
No, we shouldn't have to. We have to go this way.
Yeah, but supplies.
You know what?
Fair enough, though.
It'll open eventually, I'm sure.
Got some GMO I can't grab because my inventory's full. One of you have space?
A lot of guys over there. Oh yes, tasty herb.
There's SMG ammo back here that I could not pick up if someone wants to grab it. What is this? This is Whisper Mountain Outbreak, the demo. It is a
We're
game
kind
that
of far away from you, but I'm sure you're fine.
it is a
I
game
got
that
some
is
green herbs over here. I already have a couple, so I don't want to hoard them. You can mix them. Makes sense.
the devs have cited their inspiration for making it as Capcom taking their sweet ass time with Outbreak or anything related to it, so they decided to do it themselves. How's the volume,
I'm
by the
sure
way?
that'll be important.
What's that?
Are you looking at some kind of 9 square
Oh,
grid?
shit.
Okay.
E7G8G6550. Oh dear. Fine.
Oh,
One more. All right.
SMG ammo right out here.
I can't grab it.
There's also a SMG right here.
Oh, so there is. Shit. Got some shotgun shells that I cannot carry. Oh God.
Oh, there's a keypad here. Obviously I don't know the combination.
F8E6.
F8E6OD. Oh, that might be what.
Yeah. We have incoming somewhere. Where's Lily?
Okay, I get over that.
2, 4, 7, 6, 3, 5. 2, 4, 7, 6, 3, 5. 2, 4, 7, 6.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. That's not good.
Yeah, he probably shouldn't be so far away from us, but he'll be fine.
All right. Could have been worse.
That wasn't so bad. I'm gonna go make sure Lily's not. Okay, you're fine. I see an objective right there, I suppose.
Yeah, be it.
I got it.
Ow, fuck. Endless horde.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, we gotta go back to the vehicle.
Right, let's go.
Ow, my other bones. Shit. Ah. Close doors behind you. Oh, fuck. Lily, no. Oh no. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Where's the van?
I tried to use a grenade.
Oh my god. My movement got
Okay.
screwed up there.
The fuck?
Well, I can't really help you guys.
You know, this is fine. This is a first run, you know?
Oh, that's so many. Oh, that's so many. Goodbye. Yeah.
Oh no.
Well.
Interesting. Okay. This is fine.
I lost my
That
axe.
was, you know,
I
it's the
don't wanna
first
be-
one.
We didn't really accomplish
know.
anything.
You almost
yeah,
got
that was
out.
a bit rough.
Look, we just try again. And maybe...
But yeah, my only character trait is start with an axe and be worse with guns. We didn't make any meaningful progress.
Maybe it'll be where you died.
I doubt that.
I mean, it'd be neat. Look, this is all learning.
Does it have roguelike elements too? I'm not sure.
Yeah, we don't got shit.
No. All right.
I was just trying to figure out a puzzle.
Hey, a pistol.
Shut up.
I guess I'll take these shotgun shells. Keep an eye out for that.
I'm gonna check this out. Never mind.
Pistol ammo over here.
I would love pistol ammo. Where was it? Oh, up there. Let's figure out where the fuck. That's the van, okay. Looted. Have 60 rounds.
Owie.
Uh-oh.
So I guess we should loot shit before we grab that then.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah, loot stuff and then get like an escape plan.
There's a room back close to where we started that had some shit in it, but it was also filled with baddies.
What the fuck?
Yeah, like if you're talking and somebody is like out of your audio range, it's like muffled until they stop talking.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
It's a little egregious.
Oh, cool.
We can just open this. No, we can just open.
That's a lot. Ow.
Okay, so you drift meleeing
Wins.
like that seems to be the thing.
Let's do. Oh, that's useful. Someone want this tonic? It'll give you infinite stamina for a time.
Yeah, I guess I can. I have improved melee.
I did not mean to use that.
How many you can stack? I don't like that music.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure that's fine.
No.
Okay. Maybe we should go grab it and leave then.
I mean, we can fight off the horde and then grab it. I don't know.
Yeah, that might be smarter.
But it's gotta be endless when we do grab it, so it doesn't really matter. What's our exfil?
through the parking lot, come through the clinic, and get to West Street pretty quickly. We just got around the corner a couple of times.
I think going this way is faster.
Yeah, we could also cut through East Street and then just run straight through the house.
Yeah, we're over here. Let's just run.
Hang on.
I have it.
Uh-oh.
Let's go.
I can move that way.
Nope, neither there.
Nope.
What's it in?
Shit. Gonna go south. Ugh, my legs!
Whoever's got to get to, yeah.
Of course, the engine stalls when you don't want it to.
Nice.
Okay. That was significantly smoother.
Yeah.
City Hospital,
Oh,
eh?
yeah. Oh, boy. Hospitals are always known for that.
And we got skill points too.
You did it.
How do we use those?
Gotta go to the workbench and make stuff. Nice to meet you.
Who has a shotgun
I have it.
here? Oh, sorry, I have SMG. Who has a SMG?
Oh, yeah, I don't need it.
Well, it's taking up space. I don't want it.
I'll be right
Item
back.
box. All right. Hello, Vera. That's a lot of weapons. You can get your axe back.
Yeah, but I think that would use most of our scrap, so...
I mean, at the hospital. Oh, I see. Is our resources shared? I guess they are.
They are, yeah.
I think all of us got like an eye, though.
Yeah, the skill
Where's
point is
the-
individual.
Uh, I have the pistol. I'll take this. I can make guns if I grab gunsmith. Hmm. Do attachments for now.
Yuppie.
Oh boy.
Oh. Okay.
Alan Suleiman, director of City Hospital, known for his obsession with occultism, on an ancient scroll at a secret auction. Said to be written by a legendary shamanist, this artifact could be key to stop the anomalous outbreak. Intel suggests the director had smuggled the scroll into a delivery truck at the hospital's loading dock, but the truck never made it out. Intel is right, the scroll is still inside. Search the loading dock, secure the scroll, and get out fast. You won't be the only one looking for it. Oh no.
Okay. I'm
Go
sure
ahead and
that's
thank you
fine.
for 117 all last months.
Sorry.
I'm making another axe. Sorry. Nobody wants his SMG?
Someone should probably take it.
I'm good. I've got a almost full inventory anyway.
There's another pistol. Someone wants to grab it. Whoever doesn't have a gun.
There's some ammo, SMG ammo, and pistol ammo down here.
I wonder if that'll explode. I'm not gonna hit that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna chance that either.
Oh, it's bound to. Oh, I see. Oh, good. Files. 300 game lever. 3 duplicates of the missing gemstone.
Ooh, revolver rounds, you say?
Well, that's fun. You know, I get the impression that bad things happened here.
I didn't have the option.
That's a
I don't
lot of
think we want to
bullshit.
hit that.
No, we don't. We don't.
That's electrified.
Amber gemstone. I'm sure that'll be a puzzle thing later. Also, that's electrocuted water. I'm not stepping in that.
Powered.
Yes.
Yep. Put the gem in. I see. Okay. Ooh.
What is this? Oh. There's a bunch of pistol rounds back here. I guess I'll hold on to all 120 rounds. Perform emergency triage today. A bunch of bleeding workers from a mine nearby, it seems. Collapsed tunnel. No injuries. Just staring and mumbling at the wall, almost like he was in a traumatic shock. Gas pocket down. It's covered in some kind of fog. No good. Had locked a few violent patients inside the staff room. Told him the key was inside the antique box if he wanted to try to get there. Communications cut off, couldn't sleep. Gonna kill him. Head hurts, can't sleep. Buddy came. He was so noisy. Hate. Stab. Buddy, quiet now. Love good, itchy, tasty. S6691. Hello.
Well, there's a horde coming.
Who is there?
Oh, hello.
Hey,
I hear him
can't see you
screaming.
here.
What are you looking for?
Anything.
I have a hallway card.
There's a pistol in here. We're out here.
Maybe they'll break down one of the doors for us.
Oh, they will. Just not the one we want.
I'm gonna assume the longer it takes us, the more hordes we have to deal with.
Probably.
There's a green here that I can't take.
Yeah, there's like 3 green herbs in here.
Wish I could combine on the spot. The guy can drop, I guess. Didn't really check this out. Last street. There's a lot. A lot of SMG ammo that we can't really use because no one brought the damn thing. USB flash drive back in the staff room safe.
I figured it out.
Oh,
Yeah, I had a key.
Or not.
rude.
Okay.
Okay.
Where are they
What are we looking
floating?
for? I got the gemstones, I think.
Yeah, the emerald gemstone is the last one we need.
I have it.
Right. Good.
Where is that door?
Which door?
Tonic here.
The gemstone door. We need all of them, like, here, I think.
Well,
so.
you can put no. You only need that one because you can put them in. Yeah.
All right.
Oh. Cool. Now we
Does
gotta
anybody
correct
have the
combination.
revolver?
Not yet.
No, the revolver's in here.
Oh, okay.
I have a revolver.
Oh, you do? Well, you can take his ammo off me in a second. Eek. Here, I'll drop a bullet for you.
Hey, an axe.
Oh,
There you go.
It's just an ID
Oh,
card.
nice.
My inventory's full.
An axe.
Can I not swap this?
We Meaning.
Oh yeah, you cannot drop the bat. You know what?
All right.
Some rifle ammo.
Okay. No, no. Lock picking.
Oh, Christ.
There's gonna be another horde wave soon.
Okay, there's
Oh, no.
SMG.
Bananas.
Someone take that.
Does anybody have that grenade?
I do, but I don't know if the grenade will go through walls.
Yeah, I would wait until they break through. Like that.
Thanks.
Anyway,
There's an SMG there that we're leaving.
I mean, yeah, I guess I could.
Oh, enemy horde incoming.
Door. They came in.
Good lord. I think we can go through that water now.
I may need to go back to that room that has like the 500 green herbs. I'm a little roughed up.
That's fine.
I have so much pistol ammo.
Yeah.
Hey, bolt cutters. That I don't have room for.
Oh. I have room.
Is there a quick reload? Does anyone remember? Fuck you say to me?
Oh, I guess I can pick it up. All right. Shit. Okay.
I have a bloodied ID card, but I need to clean it first, I guess.
Another grenade. Oh, pistol ammo. It feels wrong leaving all this stuff. Did we actually check this? Use the what? It's unlocked now. What did you unlock?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
That didn't unlock squad.
Oh, someone else.
Yes.
All right, well, they're heading into the cafeteria, it seems.
Yeah, Lily could open that door, the one-way door, provided it's not a bad place. probably a bad place.
Yeah. How the hell do we? Oh my god.
What is that? All right, let's pass in.
That you devil.
Oh, he might explode.
Oh,
Yeah.
he did.
Yes, yeah.
It was unclear.
Do you need help?
I'm fine.
Okay. Oh. Oh, hold on. I didn't realize I had to interact with the little box, so I'll do that after the horde disappears, because I know the code to it. Ow, ow.
The proximity, it's so short.
There we go. Alright, Derp key.
Straight and stretch. I mean, I guess.
Huh? Ow.
Have a
Generate computer code of place. What?
an orange vanilla.
I'm not
sparkling
doing
water.
that.
Oh, I got it. Where's the code?
That's something we need.
A shotgun.
Revolver rounds and a Molotov here.
Shotgun shells.
I need some ammo.
Oops, no.
Molotov cocktail.
You have the revolver, right? There's revolver rounds up here. Or shotgun shells. Or shotgun shells. Hey, shotgun.
I can't just unload this shotgun? Damn.
I mean, I'll
No.
grab it if,
I mean, you could. It just, you know.
drop. There.
Oh, God.
Assuming the maintenance key's probably in this safe, huh?
Oh, actually, no, I have the maintenance key. So I was gonna make my way over there now.
Maybe we can open this, I think.
What now?
So 2 turns into 1. I think 9 turns into 4. 8 turns into 7. 5 turns in, or 6 turns into 5, and 0 turns into 3.
Sorry, my both safe. But
What is it? 2 turns into 1. 0 turns into 3. So I guess
we have a hoarding coming.
so. 1, 3, 3. Does it say what 9 turns into in that little page?
It does not. No, it does. 4.
4. 4. And what does 7 turn into?
8.
Incorrect. Fuck you. Alright. Never mind.
What was the?
What?
It's a 6. Hold on. Oh shit. Oh no.
What is that?
I don't know.
It's that thing. Uh-oh. My Molotov.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's not gonna work.
What else is fine? It's just like Outbreak. Like, keeping the dead people, which are the live people, which kind of sucks.
Man. Well done, Palace.
I know.
You're not gonna save me.
No.
Dead.
No.
I didn't know.
Damn.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, we got attacked by that screamy witch thing. It spawned right in here with us.
Yeah,
I
I ran
see.
past it.
Yeah.
Ate some orange peels today. Was that purely for the smell? How are y'all feeling about this, by the way? I think that's a neat little thing. It would be made infinitely better if they ironed out the proximity thing, though. The muffles as a concept, I'm fine with. I would very much like it to not be a, like, 5-foot thing. Like, it seems like if you're not next to someone or relatively, like, you can be in the same room and still have their voice be muffled. It's a very, very short distance.
Okay.
You left off an
Turns into
N,
one.
detective.
9 turns into 4. 1. 9 turns into 4.
Let me see.
I do like the idea of not being able to hear someone clearly through distance.
Oh, I see.
Like it makes a case for having walkie-talkies and being able to communicate, but the range is entirely too short.
Wait.
I think we got another horde coming.
It's not good. I can't do this fast. No.
I don't know.
My brain doesn't work like this. What are the numbers? What does 2 turn into?
1.
What does 3 turn into?
Oh wait. 0.
0. What does 0 turn into?
3.
Shit. Oh!
How the fuck is this?
Bad. Uh-oh. Oh my god, numbers. Yeah. You know, that's okay. Yeah, that computer code puzzle, I cannot do. I don't know time limit.
I wish I could just pick up the book and take it with me. Like I wish there was a file thing.
I mean, I think that's why I want like people to be next to you to do it.
Yeah,
I don't think you're supposed to be able to, unless you're real good with numbers.
All right. I lost.
That's what Outbreak is, right? Figuring shit out until you die, and then you do it again.
Yeah. I do like the idea of progression, though. Like you have the easier scenarios that lead into the harder ones, that you can get loot from the easier ones and take those into the harder ones. So if you die and you lose some stuff, you're not shit out of luck. You just lose.
It's mostly out of luck.
My axe.
Actually, well, let me check. I can make.
You know, it's got more.
How much scrap do we have? 70. I'm going to make a pistol thing. Actually,
did
do
you,
we?
level up?
I put a thing into my stamina.
Okay, that's probably correct then.
Why?
Just making sure everybody did.
Yeah,
Do we
put
want,
it into martial arts or whatever the fuck.
Does someone want to make a hip pouch so we have more carrying capacity?
I've made one.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to make a high caliber barrel. Alright. A lot of neat systems here.
Yeah, Hey, I'm not upset about this. I didn't think I would like it that much, honestly.
Why is
This
that?
has been okay. Just because it's like the weird top-down style, I didn't think I would like it.
Yeah, the perspective would not be my first choice, but it is. So far, it seems to be done well. Got that pistol ammo?
I put some thought into it.
I was out at the vending machine.
Diary.
Bat noise in the distance.
Okay.
What on earth?
Be dramatic.
Son.
I got. Hallway key.
There's a revolver again.
SMG ammo. Herb.
Right, I don't have a healing item.
Herb.
Set that.
Hello.
Hello.
To go catch up to them, I think.
There's still this room here, but never mind. Prize of
Cool.
thing. Nothing. One thing I have to get used to is adjusting the camera on the fly. Can I map? No, I can't.
Select.
I guess meant map and move at the same time.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Just my
I
camera
don't
on
like
the
all
fly.
them
Okay.
floating.
Yeah, the last time we hung around here, they dropped down on us. Say again.
Horrifying.
Yeah.
Looks like they turned off the thingy. Hello.
Hey, what's up? Any of you have a shotgun?
No.
Okay.
If anyone's got revolver ammo, I'll take it since I have it.
Yeah, I
I
can.
think that's a
grab
horde
another.
coming.
Watch out.
Ow.
Not, please.
There you go.
Thank you.
I keep hitting the wrong button for we're gonna need that.
Was that? No? Okay. Maybe they'll open that door down there for us. Shaken.
Who said that? Man, I just got rid of that. Really want one of those side packs. Weird. Oh, God. Put this SMG ammo, Derp.
I'll take it.
Hello.
Gang's all here. Gonna get you. Am I the only one with a pistol, or should I be sharing this ammo?
I think you're the only one with a pistol.
Okay.
Bolt cutter. Okay.
There's the antique box.
You can use it. It's left, left, left. Always go left.
Yeah.
SMG ammo in the corner.
What? How you doing?
You know.
Pistol ammo.
That does that. That does those two. Does that.
Oh.
Something in there. Oh shit. Yeah, combine them.
Oh wait, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
See, I get this puzzle. I'm just fucking it up.
And you go down.
Are we getting hoarded?
Yeah, bro.
Soon.
game of the year.
Yeah.
We pull up in here, I guess. I don't know.
All right, here. Take this. So you need this, all right?
Yeah, thanks. Oh, here they come.
Oh my. Okay. Yeah, allegedly.
There's another pistol back here. I don't know if anybody wants it or has room.
Gunpowder.
More greens.
Just scoop this
Gonna
up real quick,
combine.
combine
Here you go for it.
that.
There's a third one.
And a fourth one.
Just
I don't like
combine
that.
those
Russ,
two.
thank you for the raid and hello to all 75 of you.
You know what, actually, all right, I'll pick it up and combine them. I think I got the pockets.
Where y'all up to? No, I was on Void. It is not my birthday.
Toilets.
Hello.
Knock knock.
Especially something like zombie game. Yeah, it's pretty neat. It's very Outbreak coded. The devs said just yesterday that they were inspired by Capcom taking their sweet ass time making anything Outbreak related. So they said they do it themselves.
Ain't nothing in them toilets, huh?
Did 200 eggs from a farm. Oh God. Do you have refrigeration? Do they keep? I don't remember how Zomboid eggs works.
Pistol ammo. And a Molotov cocktail.
I'd love to take those, but
Let's go meet up with them before they pick some stuff up.
Alright. Oh, sharp lamp.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, I will tell you the code. Just tell me the number you need.
Okay. 2
0
0
2
Oh, not
9
open.
5
7
4
Verified.
Okay.
Safe box code is 9 to the right, 7 to the left, 5 to the right, 5 to the left.
You're gonna have to read that slower because it's a classic turn knob.
Yeah, like I said, 9 to the right.
Okay.
7 to the left,
Okay.
5 to the right,
Okay.
and 5 to the left.
Yep, there we go. All right, there's the flash drive.
Yeah.
Now we can do all the important shit.
Sad that I have to leave the pistol ammo, but I'll live. Yeah,
It's fine. You'll have to pick it up again soon anyway.
yeah.
Bye.
Oh, they can come in through the windows. That's not good. Get clear. God, shit, I tried to blow it, but... Oh. Okay. Not out of the woods yet. All right. We good?
Okay. Quickest way out from the loading dock would be through the emergency hallway and then out into reception.
Shit. What's going on out there? What happened?
What a bitch.
Yeah, well, I got space.
You're faster than me. I took the perk that makes me a little bit slower.
Does anybody have a shotgun?
Sorry, I grabbed it. I didn't know what you were thinking for.
Oh boy. Hurry. Close doors behind.
Yep, yep. My stamina.
All right.
Yeah, all right. That's pretty.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot easier when you fucking know what you're doing and where you're going. Hell yeah. We did it.
Oh,
Yeah,
Well, damn.
that's what I
Zero.
figured.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, it's classic Outbreak. You learn where everything is and then you fucking speed run it. But it's still fun.
Yeah, definitely. I can only imagine it's going to ramp up in difficulty even if you know what you're doing, but
Yeah.
like it has to.
Yeah,
with all the crafting
hopefully-
stuff.
Yeah, hopefully they do change the proximity chat. It's
Yeah.
that's not very good.
It's not
just
great, no.
Just to be honest, it's not very good.
I don't mind
If they-
the concept of it. I just wish they widened the radius.
Yeah. If they don't change it, then I can honestly just be like, yeah, let's just use Discord.
Yeah, I mean,
Might
it's
as
like
well.
increasing the radius is one thing. It's really just a matter of when somebody leaves your vocal range or your hearing range for just a split second, they're permanently muffled until they shut up.
Yeah, that needs
And
to
then
be
they
fixed
gotta
too.
that's really bad.
Yeah, they also the walkie-talkie sounds like absolute ass. It sounds like whenever fucking Griggs used to put all of the settings on TeamSpeak down to its lowest.
Yeah.
But overall, it was pretty fun. I can see myself getting this when it comes out. Near my birthday, actually. So, hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna nab it and
Yeah.
give it the old college try. Yeah, thank you all for playing,
Yeah.
especially on a whim.
Yes.
Any of those other games had terrible multiplayer demos that I can run?
There's next fest is going on. There's probably a bunch. Honestly, might spend like later on this evening or tomorrow looking through and see what's available.
Yeah. I will be right back, though. But if Brayer and Derp are gone by the time I'm back, thank you for playing, and we'll see you later.
Yes.
It's fair. Please excuse it.
There it goes. Now we begin the 24-hour subathon of Frogger for the PS1. If I hit, let's say 400, I'll do a 24-hour Frogger stream. And I'll hate myself for it.
User disconnected from your channel.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good. I don't know if... Go
Got the
ahead.
potential. It's got the potential. It needs... So, for me, this game's got the potential. It really just needs to kind of pass the general litmus test for people. Because a lot of people haven't played Outbreak or haven't played an Outbreak style game. And this kind of has to click, like a catch on with people. I guess people probably might be used to fast action games. Obviously, we're not. We can adapt to this. We've played these sorts of games before. That's fine. But I kind of feel like it needs to pass like the content creator litmus test. Just have a week or two of people just playing it for like Twitch streams and stuff like that. And then maybe the developers hash out more, obviously more places, like that'll be happening. Maybe randomize the places instead of having like pick a route and then do 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe just have 1, 2, 3, 4 be like pick a beginning map, a middle one, a middle two, and then a random finale, that sort of thing. That'd be good. The real big thing for me is the local voice chat. That hopefully will get changed. If it doesn't, that'll kill the game. In my opinion, that's really bad. Because a lot of games do it very well. Like Repo does it well. Lethal Company kind of put that on the map for a lot of games. Might be a little bit harder to define in a 2D space because all those are 3D examples. But hopefully that does get addressed, because that will make or break it. Because if they realize everybody just goes, all right, screw it, just use Discord, it kind of takes away a lot of the cooperative horror element.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that would be priority one for me in terms of like quibbles I have with the game so far. Everything else, there was a mode in Outbreak. So you had, for the online, you had East Town and West Town, I think it was. Or no, it's Uptown and Downtown. It was either East and West or up and down. No, it was East and West. One was scenario mode, one was free mode. Free mode, you just made lobbies, people will join and you'd play through, and then after that you'd have to remake the lobby and rinse repeat. That's what people use now for the current fan servers. A scenario mode was you hit the start button, you start on the Outbreak scenario, the first scenario, and then it takes you through, not quite at random, but like there's some, like you go in almost sequential order, but you have the possibility of it just like skipping one and taking you to like going from Outbreak to Hellfire or the Hive, for instance, until you get through all of them at the finale, and you're paired up with random people each time.
Yeah.
A mode like that, I think, could, at least for the scenario structure, I think could benefit it pretty well.
Yeah, I think that would do very well for the multiplayer, especially. 'Cause I think that'd just be good. And I think it would also like that's got a lot of room for expansion. If like you get a big group of people, like maybe 8 or 16, you all group up, you all pick a mission, and then it randomizes, okay, you 4 are doing this one, you 4 are doing this one, and you 4 are doing that one. Whoever lives comes back, you do the things, whoever dies, you die, you know, respawn, but kind of like how they had those 3 lights around the ritual circles, you know, you just add more per group. So maybe 3 for 1, and then 5 for 2, and then 7 for 3. Because I'm kind of thinking about how they could hit the broad scope of interest. I've seen a few more broad stroke content creators kind of look at this game and be interested because it's a proximity, voice chat, horror style game that's a little stressful. So that causes a lot of good interactivity. That can make good content for that. So it's like, I'm kind of approaching it almost like it's a Lethal Company repo angle sort of thing. So if it lends itself to big groups like that, I think that would be cool. Either way, though, that would also be cool just to kind of like do a random matchmaking, do one beginner mission with some randos, then do a second intermediate mission with completely different people, and then do a third intermediate mission and repeat till you're done. I guess the other thing is, and I guess it's part of the game's identity, so maybe this is more of a me thing. If they're going for the Outbreak style formula, I would like less of an emphasis on combat. I mean, in Outbreak, it depends on your playstyle. I think Outbreak is kind of like playing very kind of like pared down classic Resi, where every room of dudes is a puzzle to figure out whether or not you want to dump 2 magazines into killing everything in the room, or if you're just going to run past them. This feels like it's Outbreak pushing Left 4 Dead mechanics with the horde stuff. That doesn't really, to me, pair up well. Just because if they're going for like the survival horror angle, I don't like the fact that they do Left 4 Dead hordes at moments of, okay, you're taking too long. Oh, you're taking longer. Here's a big screaming hairball thing. You're taking even longer. Here's whatever the fuck this is.
I think I would be okay with like screaming hairballs if it really was like, oh, you've taken 10 minutes in this so far. We're gonna drop one of these at random somewhere in the facility.
Yeah.
And if you run into it, you know, like running into a liquor.
I would
So just
yeah.
Oh, you're in the middle of trying to crack this safe. No, you're not anymore. We're gonna spawn this gigantic monster on top of you.
Yeah, that's the other thing I didn't care for. The biggest knock was the voice proximity thing. That's probably the second one. Is like, I don't like the fact that they literally have a big red spawn circle that just shows up in your room and goes, okay, here's the problem, deal with it.
Yeah.
That just kind of sucks, because then it goes from, all right, let's see if we can quickly solve this puzzle, to everybody going, here's Big Chungus, everybody get in the corner, and then throw your grenades, fire your guns, and then business as normal. Like if they put the enemy somewhere random in the map, it's like, okay, you've spent 10 minutes on this map. Too long for me. I'm going to put this big hairball thing in this corner, and it's going to start patrolling. And if a horde event happens, it naturally will then start going towards you. That's fine. But the fact that it's a big red spawn circle of here comes the Wumpus, then somebody goes, hey, this is happening, and then you stop your puzzle, and then you all just point at the thing, and it shows up, and you just throw your shit, and you shoot it, and then you're done. You kill the little goons, and then you go right back to it.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. The random spawn, especially like ramped up random spawns, I think the game could do without. I would be more on board with static enemy, or like predetermined, like you roll a seed, or like procedurally generated enemy placement. I think would be
Yeah.
a better thing. Outbreak isn't. So Outbreak is interesting in that it has static spawns, but it also has infinitely spawning enemies in pretty much every scenario. So you don't have horde events, granted, but you're never safe unless it's a like very specific room where enemies would like cannot enter. So you do have that pressure when you're solving puzzles and things. That I like. I'm fine with it. I would honestly appreciate that more, where you have, the game does have it. This game does have it where you have, like, you walk by a window and something jumps through. Having enemies trickle in, I think is good. But yeah,
I like that.
I'm also okay with scripted spawn events, like you pick up a key item and you have a horde or something spawn, like something big spawn. That's fine. But the random spawns do make it so you're incentivized to spend less time. It incentivizes what you have a problem with, typically, Lily, the whole trial and error thing. It's like, all right, and it's exemplified in how we played it. Like, both times we went in, we died. It's like, all right, now we know what to do. So we're just gonna tighten up. We're gonna play faster. We're gonna do things.
Yeah, see, I don't mind the, like, quote, trial and error aspect of it when it's literally like, oh, I took a step into the wrong room and died. Now I gotta start again. Then I got through that room. Oh, fucked up in this room. Like, we always managed to make it through the entire facility. It's just, we took a little too long and used a lot of resources and died at the end. But it's better for that than to just, like, die, 5 minutes into it and go, oh, all right, and then die 6 minutes in and go, okay, and then die 7 minutes in. Like, I hate that shit. But if it's just, okay, I got through all of this, I learned a lot, do it again with more information, then that's fine.
Yeah, I think my sort of bugbear with that is it kind of reminds me of Left 4 Dead in that aspect, where you do No Mercy so many times. You know where the specials will be, you know the best routes to take, like shortcuts to do, where the weapons will probably spawn, where tier 2 spawn, all that stuff. That's fine. But that's kind of the fun of a fast-paced arcadey shooter like Left 4 Dead. With a slower game like this, yeah, I didn't care for the fact that the trial and error was really more contingent on, hey, you figured everything out, but you took 9 minutes and 52 seconds. I need you to take 9 minutes. I'm just going to throw all these big fucks at you. You'll die. Just do it again and just do it real fast. Don't think about it. Just go through the motions. And that sucks for a slow game like that. Especially, again, not reflective very well. It's a demo, so we don't know. But if they don't make it fresh and they don't keep it interesting, like if they don't have a lot of different maps and it's just like maybe 10 or 12 maps, you're going to figure that out real fast. You're going to figure out all the puzzle solutions generally, like, okay, yeah, this keypad needs this person's birthday. Or like, okay, fine, just go to the box, find the person's name, find the person. Okay, punch the thing in. All right, let's leave. It really sucks And I think Outbreak avoids that problem because Outbreak is the antithesis of that problem, where every map is the exact fucking same. If you do decisions, it is the same decisions with like very small differences, but the map is just the same. But it avoids the problem because it's meticulously a little bit slower, it's a little more obtuse, and kind of going back to what I said, where it's like, if you have a room of 5 zombies, you can choose, okay, I don't want to deal with this. Let's just avoid them. That might be a problem later. That can create tension. Versus this game where it's like, you got a room with 5 goons. You have to kill them because they're all going to naturally aggro to you. You've got to do it. It's a slow action combat game when it's trying to emulate Outbreak, which is not. It is core survival horror. This is like a purposely clunky, it feels like more like a purposely clunky Left 4 Dead, where it's like, yeah, you've got the slowness of an Outbreak or like old Resi style game. However, you've got horde events, you've got special zombies, and you have to deal with them. You must confront them because zombies in RE, like you
say. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, zombies in RE, like, even if they aggro onto you, you go to the next room, they're not immediately on your ass. It still takes them a little bit to get into the... They'll follow you, but it takes them a little bit to catch up because they're still, like, slow creatures. And sometimes they have to bust down the door if it closes in time. With these guys, it's like, all right, they saw you, they're coming at you. You gotta deal with it right now. Just deal with it. And if you run away, they're gonna follow you forever, and they keep up your pace because you'll run out of stamina. And if you pick the archetype that makes you a little bit slower, you will never outrun them. So you gotta fight this right now. Deal with it right now.
Yeah,
and that kind of sucks.
It very much is. It does not feel like a fight or flight game, which is like it doesn't
very much
feel.
a fight.
Yeah,
It's a fight game.
I don't necessarily. Well, I prefer fight or flight. Survival horror to me is distilled into fight or flight. So I tend to prefer that. That's it. It is very much a combination of Resident Evil and Left 4 Dead style. Like that seems to be intentional. Whether or not it will have the longevity of something like
like whether or not it'll have, I won't say the longevity of Outbreak because it didn't. It's definitively dead to most of the masses.
It lasted years though.
Yeah. But if whether or not it has the lasting power of like Left 4 Dead, because like that game, again, it's very simple. Every map is the exact same. You know exactly what maps you're playing when you pick your campaign. I feel like that if I asked you, hey, you want to run No Mercy real quick, we could just bust it out with like you, me, and like, I don't know, Derp and Sean, and it'll probably still be just as fun and just as fresh as it was like fucking 14 years ago when we were doing that. With this game, I don't see that happening because we're probably going to look at it. I feel like it's one of those games where it's fun for like maybe the 15-20 hours, and after that you're like, okay, it's this map, it has these puzzles, do these solutions, go. And then you like just do it in 4 minutes. Wumpos don't even spawn because you get really efficient. There's no like pressure. It's just like, all right, just get it done, let's just go. Kind of feels like it's like going to the grocery store.
So
I feel like the main difference between this and Outbreak really is that, like you said, you can like choose between fight or flighting with these, but like it feel like even if the zombies didn't immediately aggro to you, it's such a small pixel isometric thing that you're probably not even going to be able to dodge them anyway. Even if they did do that, like they would need to be. I think that only really works well in games with much more realistic, not even realistic, but just like narrower models, like not a square of a model, basically. Because
level design plays a very important factor.
Yeah, because with Outbreak, right? Like all of the hallways are fucking narrow as hell, but you can dodge the zombies in those narrow ass hallways if you're good enough. which it's like that's the thrill, right? You go into the hallway and you're like, oh, if I get bit, I'm fucked. But if I can dodge this, I'm gonna be a fucking god. And you do it, and it's like great. And then you continue to try to do that through the rest of the game, including up to and dodging, you know, Nemesis and Tyrant and whoever else you're fucking fighting. But with this game, it's like, oh, well, where am I dodging to? What am I dodging through? I'm gonna dodge through this one zombie, and I'm gonna get got by like 18 zombies after behind it, and they're all wielding machetes.
It helps with something like Outbreak, and even more like the earlier Resident Evils. Those games, you have the option of fight or flight because there is backtracking in it's Resident Evil. Of course, there's backtracking. There's backtracking in Outbreak. However,
yeah,
you're always like the goal isn't to like drop in this area, circle back around to and like unlock a bunch of shit, get an objective, and then run away like through the same area. Like it's very circular, these maps, I've noticed.
Yep.
Outbreak isn't really like that. Like once you're through an area, you're kind of through the area, so there's room to fight or run. There's less of that here, and I don't know if they can really get around that with this style of game.
I was going to say, I wonder how much of that is the luxury of the fact that Outbreak is 3D, this game is not.
Yeah, it's very hard to, unless you could technically do it, but the layouts would have to be very specifically tailored to accommodate it, and I don't think that's what they're going for.
No, they're very clearly going for like stick with a group of people and beat these zombies down, or you all spread out and do everything efficiently as possible. Which isn't even like, you can't even really do that. Like in certain scenarios for Resident Evil, you can absolutely go through and one person like collects a bunch of shit on one side of the map and somebody else goes and collects a bunch of shit on the other side of the map, and then you can combine together, and then you can like be like, all right, I got your shit and I got your shit, and I will, you know, trade places and we'll finish those up and then meet back. But in this one, it feels very much like, oh, we can't do anything until we've unlocked this section. Like we have to go here and unlock this door, and then we have to go up here and unlock this door and grab this, and then we have to go all the way back and grab that. These two people have gems, the last gem is up here. Like there's no real cooperative aspect where, like puzzle co-op at least, where it's like one side can do this and one side can do that. It's no, you have to do one side first and then the other side, and then you have to go back in a group.
At least as far as
because there's no magic pockets. So
yeah, with this last hospital map, it seemed like there were multiple key items required to do, like to get into a couple of different places that ultimately led to a singular point. So in theory, people could split off and do them. I think, though, the splitting off, at least for the two maps we played, was very much a matter of getting resources and like ammo and weapons and scraps.
Yeah.
Where the exploration is rewarded, but it's
I feel like the exploration is at least heavily encouraged, because you need to get resources to take it back to base and then get upgrades for the next mission. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, go ahead. That upgrade system and like the crafting system and the like character like skill points, that entire layer of mechanics, I think will add something that we don't really have the full scope of because the game isn't out yet. Mm.
But I do get the impression that like it will make or break your run, whether or not you have the, like I mentioned earlier, like if you die and lose everything, you're kind of obligated to go back and do earlier things to build yourself back up again.
Yeah.
Which can be a good or bad thing.
Yeah, for some people, I mean, that could be a good thing, because I was kind of thinking about that. And yeah, I do think that melee combat is way too reactive. Like, I felt like having the axe was a detriment, because it costs 20 stamina per swing, and you have 100 maximum, unless you get an upgrade, I guess. And I would probably kill things better with a charged bat that does 10 stamina versus a axe. Like if I charge the axe, yeah, I'll one-shot it, but I feel like with the bat, knocking them over is just as good. And then like you just do a light tap. And then it's fine.
So
yeah. And I picked up on the dash drifting thing later on. I was like, yeah, this is kind of what you do. You like warp strike into people and then you're okay until there's like 5 dudes on screen, then you might be a little bit screwed.
I have the sneaking suspicion that the like character upgrades will play a pretty vital part in making some of the systems feel. But like guns on their own, shooting was okay, but like the pistol itself didn't. It took like 3 to 4 shots to kill something. Like killed 1 enemy. And if I upgraded it, it took 2, sometimes 1. So it's like, you have to invest in this stuff they want you to. So things will probably feel better. Which is good.
Yeah.
I want those things to matter. But it's also, it's hard to get a gauge on how big of a part they'll play in this.
Yeah, and like the other thing I was thinking of, going back to like if you just full wipe, then you know like you feel almost like you said obligated to go back and do an earlier level and get more resources, build yourself back up. My only problem there is thinking, okay, wait, that's something that's fine. In the demo, again, maybe it wasn't expanded on completely. We don't know. It's a demo. The problem is, though, is that in that demo, it's a matter of, like, if we did the earlier levels, what's the penalty? Like, it maybe in the full game, there may be a thing where it's like, okay, if you keep going back to this, if they let you, if you keep going back to level 1, level 2 is going to start getting overrun with more enemies. That's become a 3-skull mission, then a 4-skull, then a 5-skull. Eventually it scales so fast, it's like, okay, you may be super over-leveled because you farmed level 1, but the second you go to level 2, you might as well be at, like, the hardest difficulty last mission. So, good luck. And then it never goes down, because it's like, no, you dug in for this. Be ready. I feel like that would be it, because in the demo, it looked like there would be no penalty to do that. If we just kept doing level 1 over and over again, who's to say we don't just farm out every single skill, have like a revolver with 200 bullets, and then we just go into the next mission and just blast everything.
My feeling is that if you're willing to put in that I'm mixed on it. Like, on the one hand, if you're willing to put in the time to build yourself up for the next thing, I feel like that should be okay to a point. Like, I do feel like there should be some sort of dynamic, like adaptive difficulty, even like we see in Resident Evil games, where it adjusts to how well you're doing, or in this case, what you have equipped. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But at the end of the day, I don't know if there should be a like flat penalty for. You're already restricted. You have an inventory. You have a max inventory. You can only carry so many bullets, so many weapons. You can only be so effective, even with everything maxed out. And the goal is to get to the harder stuff anyway, where that stuff will matter. So if you're willing to put in that, and you're also limited by the what you can get on the maps item-wise. Like, we could only get a shotgun and an SMG on the first map. On the second map, we could get an axe, shotgun, revolver, pistol, and SMG, grenades. Well, it's just going to keep going up.
But my counterpoint there is that you can only get pistols and SMGs, but then you can continue to do those missions, get skill points, and then you just get all the upgrades that say, hey, my pistol is as strong as like 2 revolvers, or as strong as the revolver. That's pretty good. There needs to be a limit. I feel like if that was a thing, there needs to be a limit, because that hits the slippery slope of this is not a JRPG where you want the power fantasy to happen if you earn it. Because in this one, if you get the power fantasy, then it doesn't become a survival horror. It doesn't even become like an action horror. It becomes like a top-down slow shooter. It's like a really, then it becomes like, it feels like it would become a really slow Hotline Miami, and that sounds abysmal in my opinion. So like, if you spent a lot of time doing low-level missions to get like skill points and hoard a bunch of like pistol ammo, get some SMG ammo, stuff like that, cool. But because you took so long, your next main objective, like, it got overrun, or, you know, the building's worn down, so there's more entry points for them to show up, or because you've killed so many zombies, like the smell of blood has attracted like alpha variant zombies, or like the big hairball, or like any other boss monsters, make it really dangerous. So the game goes, okay, sure, you can grind for like an hour and do this. I'm gonna make sure you can put that to the test. Because if it doesn't, then I don't know. You're playing. If you try to sell me on like molasses slow Hotline Miami, I'm not gonna bite.
I feel like it will absolutely put it to the test by making the later missions harder. Like that'll be the point of grinding in the first place. Like playing through the missions that you've already played through numerous times, for me, would get old pretty quick if the whole point was the grind. Like nothing dynamic. So at that point, I would be wanting to get to the ones I hadn't done, which would be naturally harder, and it's only going to ramp up. So
yeah,
like the theory is that if you're struggling and you go back and get shit, you'll struggle a little less, but it'll still be the hard mission. So you'll just keep playing the hard missions.
Yeah, I think we might just be thinking about the different levels of that, where I'm thinking of people that would want to exploit that and just go, nah, I'm going to do mission 1 like 10 times so I can get like 10 skill points and blah, blah, blah. You're thinking probably more of a realistic case where somebody's like, damn, mission 2 just beat our ass. Let's do mission 1 a couple of times and maybe like get another level, like 2 more skill points, and then restock like a pistol or like some guns and some ammo, maybe some melee weapons, and then try it again. Like, I think you're thinking of the more realistic one, honestly. I'm thinking of like the degenerate, like, and like worst case scenario, like min-max scenario, which people will do that. People that play Resident Evil will frankly probably want to do that because like they already want to just go really fast and get like unlocks and, you know, all that other happy horse shit. And so those people will probably be like, all right, cool. So if I do mission 1 12 times, then it scales this hard, which means I can do it 11 times and it won't. And then I'll have blah, 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 blah. But then like the game has to kind of hit them with a check, you know, like a little check and be like, okay, you little cheeky bastard, how about this instead? But yeah, I'm thinking of like the min-max degenerate case. You're thinking of like the normal actual person that plays video games to enjoy video games, where it's like, yeah, we should probably go back and do these early missions a couple times. It's kind of like if you had that option in Left 4 Dead, where it's like, okay, round 3 we died, now we, you know, and then they made you lose your weapons. Okay, let's go back to the last mission and see if we can get some tier 2s or whatever. That sort of thing. But I mean, that's just kind of stretching at that point. But I see what you're saying. I think we're both just thinking of like the different levels, because yeah, like that would be good to have for people that aren't accustomed to these games, because to continue to be frank, there will be people that will play this game like, you know, they'll say, oh, it's like Resident Evil Outbreak, but the first game they played was 2 remake or 4 remake or 7 or 8, and they never bothered to play the PlayStation games. So they're like going to be used to a game that's fast and is a good, like, you know, quick, snappy shooter. And they play that game and go, what the hell is this? Because they've never played the originals, or even like, you know, like the original remake where, you know, actual survival horror. So those people might get caught off guard, and they might need to go back and grind a little bit. And yeah, that makes more sense. Your scenario makes a hell of a lot more sense than mine. Those are normal people. I'm thinking of the people that would like no life this game for a week and then go, okay, well, I'm done.
I think think we were talking about it like a couple days ago, actually, like maybe sometime last week. But I think genuinely, the only thing that Outbreak would need would be like the ability to be randomized and or procedurally generated. Like this game is like okay for people who like horde modes and like, you know, who really like Left 4 Dead and all that other stuff. But I think ultimately I just want another 3D Outbreak game with some procedural generation and some randomization options.
Oh yeah,
I don't
I
care
think,
if it's I don't care if it's like, you know, first person or like I prefer it to be third person or tanked control, camera fixed angles. But I don't care if it looks like a PS1 game. I don't care if it is a pixel art style. Like, as long as it would be like that, then that's fine. But
oh yeah, no, I think that you're kind of in the. I think you're in the majority boat here, because every time a multiplayer Resident Evil ever spawns from Capcom's like basement, people hope it's Outbreak 3 or like a remake of File 1 and 2, or even if they just port the game to Steam, it's the same game and they just put it on like Steam netcode or whatever. People hope for that, but no, they get RE Versus, they get Orc, they get like the weird SOCOM Call of Duty game that happened, and they're just like, damn, these people are literally not even begging for scraps, they're begging for the fucking wrapper the food came in. And it's just like, dude, just let me lick the fucking wrapper of that food you made like 14 years ago. And then this dickhead comes back with like,
please.
Yeah, and this dickhead comes back with like a McDonald's wrapper. That's like 5 years old. You're like, dude, I'm gonna kill you.
My favorite part about it is every time that they're like announcing another Resident Evil side project that isn't like a mainline title or anything, and there's no information about it, everybody collectively always just goes, Outbreak, 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 Outbreak. And I'm so certain that all of the fucking surveys get flooded with people asking for Outbreak. And they just don't.
They don't. They just don't.
They're just like, what if we tried to copy Dead by Daylight? That didn't work. So what if instead we tried to do a battle royale? That also didn't work. What haven't we done multiplayer style yet? Let's try Left 4 Dead. How about that? We'll do that.
Resident Evil.
I think the worst. You know, I would be. You see, I would unironically
over the
I would be unironically down for Resident Evil Golf and or Resident Evil Kart. More so Golf. That's my weakness. Don't underestimate me. But like, no, it's every time they announce a new mainline game, there's always this kind of lingering dread of what's the fucking spin-off gonna be, Capcom? Because they shovel it in. They shovel it in. And I mean, like, they're mentioning the Ashcrofts. Like, Alyssa Ashcroft is just dropped. And it's like, oh yeah, this character from Outbreak. Into the grave. And just like the franchise. And Capcom's like, yeah, we remember when we made this game. I ain't gonna fucking make it. But I remember making it.
I am telling you with like 100% certainty that the only reason that her name is Alyssa Ashcroft is because there is a developer, like a series of developers in there, because it's the newer generations doing it, you know, like us and probably a little younger and like maybe a little older, who are like, I remember Outbreak. That's fun. Maybe, you know, we get to design this. We're just gonna slap some Outbreak shit in there as like a nice nod to people. And it's just so infuriating.
Yeah, no,
because they
I'm
probably
convinced.
want to make an Outbreak too. But
I'm convinced that in Capcom's basement there is one developer from the Outbreak team that is like chained up to the wall, and they are like, they have like runes carved into them. They're like the last berserker, and they just desperately want to make another Outbreak game, but they keep opening the door and they just go, hey man, so this is this game called Dead by Daylight. We made this game here. You want to take a look at it? And then they scream and they rage because they can't make Outbreak 3 or whatever. And then Capcom goes, well, you know what? That's too bad, buddy. I'll see you next time. And when that game fails, Capcom goes, oh, nobody wants multiplayer Resident Evil, so I guess we're not gonna bother. And then everyone goes, wrong. We want Outbreak. I asked for a hamburger. You gave me a fish sandwich. Where's my hamburger?
You know, I would take a chicken sandwich if they would make another mainline title that was cooperative and good.
Yeah.
Like,
But
bare minimum, 6 was garbage, but it was fun with people.
no, yeah, I maintain that 6 is a terrible game, but when you play with a friend, it's a really good shitpost game.
Yeah,
I do have
it's the same thing for 5.
I do have a theory about. I feel like Outbreak, like the fervor that you see whenever they mention a new project or a side project. People just look at them and go, Outbreak. I do think ultimately that body of people is the minority. Rather, they're loud, they're very vocal, and they exist in our sphere because we are very much online on Twitter and whatever other social media spaces, like YouTube, Twitch. They're very popular. It's a very popular series on Twitch, on YouTube, on Twitter, but I think the masses, by and large, haven't really played Outbreak, or they didn't, it didn't do terribly well, the Outbreak series, at least comparatively. So yeah, they chase trends. They chase developers themselves chase the ideas that they have for multiplayer. That they want to do other things, which is fair, but it's not what I think. There's something to be said about, despite being the vocal minority in this case, probably the idea isn't bad. Revisiting Outbreak, they just haven't.
I think it would do so much better nowadays, honestly, especially if it had a good proximity.
The technology is here. Like, it wouldn't be confined to a PlayStation 2 that required a 52, I forget how much the
6 different peripherals to get it to work.
You needed an official online adapter, which I think was either $50 or $100. You didn't need an HDD, but the load times were abysmal. I played it without an HDD, and I fucking hated it. You needed at least an additional $100 worth of hardware just to play the damn thing online. And in Japan, there was a subscription fee.
Yeah. No, I think it's just because back then, playing a multiplayer game was a fucking stock investment. Like, playing PSO? Playing PSO back then? You had to go to your bank and almost take out another fucking loan and be like, look, I'm paying this off every month so I can play, PSO. Nowadays, frankly, most everybody has an internet connection. What they do with it is as they please. But, with the proximity chat thing, and if they go back to being super, super creepy, super terrifying, like old school Resident Evil, with, the zombies and the lickers and all that stuff, I feel like that is some level of content farming that people would love to exploit.
Yeah.
Because there would be an untapped market for people that have yet to play a genuine, honest to goodness multiplayer survival horror game like Resident Evil, and they don't know what the hell they're doing. They're so used to fast action Resident Evil, and they're not used to old, slow, you're defenseless. Like in Outbreak, half the cast don't start with weapons. You're defenseless. Sure, it's oh, I can tackle, oh, I can kick, I can play dead, but in the face of the threat, you're defenseless. They're used to games where you at least start with in this game, you start with a bat, or you start with a knife that's surprisingly good, or you are a guy that starts with a gun and some backup ammunition. So, oof. You introduce this game where it's oh yeah, you start in this bar, and then all of a sudden you're surrounded by 16 zombies. What do you do? And it's okay, well, I guess I'll find my weapon. It's you don't. You're a waitress. You don't carry. So what do you do? And then it's oh shit, what do I do? and like
Yeah.
needing help for puzzles. Like if you get if you miss the jump and you're clinging on for dear life and shit, like that would be really cool, especially with proximity
feel
chat.
like-
But I mean, here we are.
I feel like also
What the heck?
they could if they did just wholesale redo Outbreak, like not even like maybe adding new characters, but just generally keeping the same
What
characters.
the heck?
They could probably have a much more in-depth system where you could your characters start out base and then they get a skill tree, and the more you play those specific scenarios or find specific items or do specific tasks, like you killed 3 zombies or they could do that, and you could upgrade those characters, so it would give people a little more of a reason to try to replay it with all of the characters, because people are fucking completionists.
Yeah,
They'll do it.
like it's weird. I actually have a really good in for how a more modern Resident Evil multiplayer game could work really well. And weirdly enough, it would take ideas from Elden Ring Night Rain, because the structure of Elden Ring is that you start in a hub, you pick a mission, you do the mission, but you do individual character missions, like character story, character quests, and when you do that, you unlock certain relics, you unlock certain things, you get bonuses like costumes or this thing that gives you more dex at start or whatever. If they did that with Resident Evil, everybody starts in a central hub location where it's just it's a lobby. You're picking your character, you're picking your funny costumes, you're just yapping or whatever, and then you pick a mission. And you do the mission, and if you succeed, then your character gets more data in their biography, and they can start a personal mission. Yoko has to find something that reminds her of her past at Umbrella, or Kevin has to find something that is part of his lore on why he joined the RPD and stuff like that.
So, sorry,
yeah.
you're describing a system that technically already exists in Outbreak, funnily enough. There's a special item system, items that do not have they're hidden items throughout the world. They're character-specific ones and general ones. Each time you play a scenario, you can pick up only 4 special items, per player. So, say you're Kevin, on the bar when you start, there's a stars guide just right where he spawns. If you interact with it, you'll pick it up. And you do that, and if you collect all of each character's special items, you get a costume. And then for various other, I think you unlock other NPC costumes for other special item things. The system is kind of there, so I would love to see that expanded upon, like you're already describing.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't 100% know that, but if they expanded on that system, where just like in Elden Ring, again, in Night Rain, it's start remembrance or start personal mission. It's okay, on your next mission, go to Jay's bar and find blank. It's in a random location, but it will tell you, hey, blank is in this area. It's a little out of the way. It's not towards the main quest. You gotta either convince your friends it's worth the resources to try and help you, or just be screw it, I'll go there on my own and I'll meet you guys later. Do that to maybe make it to where, okay, now you start with extra ammunition, or you start with an upgraded handgun, or start with some maybe 1 free bite of worth of armor or something, and then expand the character to where it's yeah, you've earned these upgrades, you've earned these sort of permanent unlocks, and then make it flavorful in lore where it's yeah, you found out all of their story. I feel God, again, I feel I'm pulling way too much from Night Rain. I feel like it would be a very surprisingly tasteful lore thing if they made it to where it's you're reliving their memories, and it's a simulation. They've been dead this entire time, but you're reliving their memories and putting it together or something. If it was Outbreak File 3, it's oh, this is one massive experiment, or someone's putting together what actually happened in Raccoon City, so they have to go through what these people went through. Or maybe they didn't die, they just moved on, so you gotta figure it out. Or just naturally expand the character's lore, that sort of thing. I think that'd be nice. Yeah, unfortunately, Outbreak Creed is way too close for that, and that scares me. But it works really well as a progression lore mechanic. So I don't know what to tell you.
So, oh, you were gonna say something. Go ahead, Lily.
So I thought it would be neat, like, expanding on that, like, just have, like, you know, you have, like, all those fucking scenarios. But if they made it, like, you know, entirely within the city, you could have it be where, like, okay, you start in this little hub. Like, you're all just survivors gathered around here, and you decide to go to this little place. And then you get, like, 6 more places to go to before you have to get out of the fucking city. So it's like, yeah, you could go here, and then you can go over here, and you can go to these couple places. But once you do, you hope to God you've chosen the correct places to go to gear yourself up to get the hell out. Because you've only got, like, X amount of chances to, you know, and, like, every single one of them ends in, you know, like a tyrant fight or something, but
Yeah.
like having the ability to, like, mix and match where you go would offer an incredible amount of variety. So it's like, yeah, you start at the Apple Inn, and then you can go all the way over here to the RPD, or like, and then you can, you know, mix it up.
Yeah, we're touching. I keep saying my Resident Evil hot take is that Resident Evil open world is something that, like, that's the direction the series should go, because it can work. RE3 was, like, original RE3 had so many ideas that were limited by technology that could work wonderfully in today's setting, but it would have to be open world. It would have to be more or less seamless.
And then RE3 remake fucked everything up.
Yeah, but
Yeah. And I mean, who's to say that 9 won't do that?
it could.
Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see.
It could. It's an idea that maybe because they showed off the whole map of, you know, Raccoon City post-nuclear makeover, that perhaps you're exploring the entirety of what the fuck happened here. But yeah, we'll have to see, because that's a big question mark at the moment. But
Going back to the Outbreak Creed thing, what I would love to see for something like that, you have all the survivors. It's not necessarily canon who survive. Like, we don't know who's alive, but we know, like, if we're focusing on the Raccoon City incident, this is a new game made to show people living through the Raccoon City incident. You want to take the Elden Ring mechanics of the remembrances and all that, have it be the survivors, like people who have survived in 2026, retelling their story. So you go through, like, everything you play through is already, like, it's, the scenarios are in the past. You're playing through Raccoon City, so it doesn't necessarily have to be like them rebooting everything so much as it's them harkening back to it. And you can have, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was going to say, to retool that analogy into something that might be a little more of a sensical angle, I'm going to pull from Revelations 2 mercenary mode, where you play it's a simulation. Your character is a wireframe, and you download the data of who you want to play as. Now, obviously in Mercenaries, it's an arcade mode, but if they did something like that, and it's someone trying to piece together, like, what, you know, again, they all, like, it doesn't matter who's dead or not. Like, some of them may just want to move on. They don't want to retell their story, or they're not in contact or whatever. They'll make up a reason. Except for Alyssa, she's fucking dead. As far as we know. That, you know, someone's, like, trying to piece together what happened, what exactly is going on. Like, is regular Umbrella still around? Is Blue Umbrella still up to their old shit? So they make this program where you're a wireframe, and you download the data of, like, yeah, I'm going to be Cindy, or, like, I'm going to be Kevin. And the wireframe adapts, like, their physicality and what they do. And then that's when you do, like, the whole lore story expansion. Because, like, they did that in Revelations 2. They did it as a cheeky way for, like, you to pick whatever character you wanted to play as and do funny dances. Like, that's whatever. But they could expand that and make it a little more tasteful, instead of the Elden Ring thing where it's like, oh, they've been dead and it's no, or whatever. Like, that could be cool, because they have been leaning into magic, but they've been also leaning into, like, sci-fi and technology stuff as well. That could be a pretty interesting angle.
Also, Kabusi, I'm not talking about, like, open world in the sense of, like, a Far Cry thing. I very much mean the scenario structure, but seamless. So you start at Jack's Bar. That takes you, once you get through that, like it's a seamless transition. You have a choice to go to the next scenario. You can choose which direction to go, and that'll take you to the next thing. And it's all still very much scenario based. Just the scope is much larger because we have the technology.
Yeah, so it's basically not just like, oh, you've made it out of the inn. Here's a cutscene. Now you're in the lobby.
Yeah.
It could be, hey, you're out of the bar. Do you want to go left, right, or center? And you go left. It's like, cool. Here's the next area. No like nothing. Like maybe there's a little pop up that's like, hey, here's what you earned from the previous scenario. Good job. But like,
I feel like that limits or more limits and adds. How so? Because as it stands, scenarios are just contained, tailored. Like it would be the same thing, just modernized, really. Like you can still have those tailored experiences.
Because I feel like, at least for like our group, whenever we do play Outbreak, it's that we get into one scenario. If we're playing Outbreak, we're playing multiple scenarios, so it's not like an invisible loading screen or whatever. It's gonna kick somebody's ass for like somebody just quits or whatever. But they are linked.
From Wild Things and any other one, Arctic and Fantasy. Wait, no, not at all. Like you're in a city. These are locations in a city. You walk down the street. You go from the zoo to the subway.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's legitimately I think you hop on the little train car at the end of the zoo one, and then you're like, and then you hop off and then you go into a subway because you're right next to it.
Like there's no defined transition granted, but it's not exactly a stretch. Like your train breaks down. Well, it would add a sense of chosen progression. Like you could choose which scenarios to tackle. It would be like RE3's what do you even call it? Say again.
Zapping?
Are you talking about like the route split moments where you choose like, in this moment, what do you do? Do you jump out of the train or do you not?
No, not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
That's a neat thing too, but maybe some of that. But more, you can choose what order to tackle things in, and it changes the way the game plays out. Like you could have something similar here.
So if you go into, I know it's not the exact list, but like if you go into the sewers and you pop out in the subway system, you could then pop out into the zoo, or you can go from the Apple Inn and like walk down the street and go to the zoo and then go into the sewers.
Yeah, like the order in which so you go to the Raccoon Press first, you encounter Carlos. When you go to the Elephant Restaurant, or not the Elephant Restaurant, I don't think it's that in RE3, but you go to the restaurant, Carlos isn't there. Like things like the way scenarios would play out would change depending on where you go, and that can change what you get, like what narrative beats happen, etc. And it doesn't necessarily have to be static. That would add replayability on top of like procedurally generated stuff, like item placement, things like that, puzzles. It could be worthwhile.
Yeah, they would definitely have to change some of the scenario type stuff, like absolutely. Like the way that the subway is built, it really is made for like one entrance. You could do two, but you would definitely have to build it again with the two entrances in mind or whatever.
I mean, it has two entrances. You come out and come in different entrances. It has multiple entrances.
But you know what I mean for like okay, it's one way when you go through the sewer system or whatever, and then it has to be a different way going from the zoo. You can't just have people spawning in the same locations in both scenarios.
Oh yeah. They do have that in some of the scenarios already. You have different spawn points. Like Underbelly has it, or rather DT has it, BFP has it, well, to a degree.
Yeah. Maybe that could be like the split decision thing, right? Where like maybe if you go into the subway because your fucking, train car crashes, half of the people start upstairs and half the people start downstairs because they like fell in a hole or something. Jim just fucks off.
My life is shit.
Shit. But yeah, like half the time those spawns didn't really make sense anyway. Like, why the hell is Jim like in the middle of this place? This isn't his scenario. He's not supposed to be here.
Because his life is shit.
Underbelly is... Jim is a subway worker.
That's fair, but like, you know what I mean.
Yeah, his life is shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of an instance where it doesn't really... Outbreak does a great job of subtly having character, like explanation, or really just like character content in the various scenarios, but not enough to be overbearing, but it's there if you like. Cindy has a locker in Outbreak. Kevin has a locker in BT. There's a whole thing with Alyssa in Flashback. She has lockers everywhere she can unlock. David I wish they did this more with David, but he has he has items he can get if he uses a slider in the scenario Outbreak and in Underbelly. Like you can get this entire spear. Like there's a whole quest line that's just there that you have to know to look for. Everybody has stuff. The exception of
Oh, they could do so much with that in a remake too.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
they could just flesh it out.
literally built-in item randomizer with the dude with the fucking, flashlight or a lighter or whatever.
They could do it. I would also.
But will they?
Yeah, that's the question.
That's probably why they haven't done it yet, is because genuinely remaking it would be so much. Like, if they didn't do a modern graphic style and they went back to, like a more artistic-y, PlayStation 2 type of style, I think it would be far less intensive on them. But like, just having all of the scenarios is one thing. Like, great, you have these little 6 episodes or whatever, 6 chapters if you will, but then having all of the characters who are all like differently statted on top of that, and then if you want to remake it and make it more interesting, you then have to add like some randomization elements. Then you have to think about how these things link up, and if you wanted to get in-depth and creative, you gotta think about a skill tree. And it's like, it's a lot.
Yeah, there's a
and plus
deal.
you wouldn't want to just have like 5 scenarios in your game. Like, it's the modern day. You can add as many as you want as long as you keep fucking updating the game. It would be, dare I say it, one of the most perfect live service games they could possibly ever make. They would just have to keep adding maps. That's it.
Yeah, it's frustrating but true. But gotta add something.
I mean, to answer Cabooses' question, I think every scenario has their own main character, I think. I mean, George has decisions.
Does he also have the hospital too? I don't remember what that one was called.
Hive. He has Hive. So Hive isn't even just his. Neither is DD. Yoko is probably more relevant to DD than he is.
Like Yoko, I think Yoko would maybe have 2 scenarios that's touched on. She definitely has,
below freezing.
I mean, like she has umbrella ties basically, so like, it makes sense that she has a couple of more places that she can be like, oh, I got my little key card or whatever.
see, Yoko has BFD, DD, and Into the Road to a degree, if we're including both files. George has the Hive, DD. Am I missing anything?
No, I don't think so.
Jim has Underbelly.
Yep.
Kevin has...
Below freezing point is Yoko.
Yeah. Kevin has DT.
Yep, Desperate Times.
Mark has Hellfire.
You could probably argue that Cindy has Wild Things, because she's an NPC in that scenario if nobody picks her.
She is. Yeah, I think that's fair. She also technically has Outbreak, because she works in Jack's barn.
Yeah. And then I think... what's the one I'm thinking of? Flashback? Flashback is Alyssa's, because she's an NPC there if you don't pick her. And then End of the Road would be David.
David, Yoko, I want to say that's, unless I'm forgetting something very, very specific. I think just
Yeah,
David,
so
Yoko.
I would say that probably, yeah, I guess Yoko would probably have, if not the most, at least be tied for the most. Because Jay's bar has like, you have the four. Like Cindy, Mark, Kevin, and Yoko are all there.
Yeah, Mark has a bunch of stuff with Bob too, so that's
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I just think that every scenario, I mean, obviously every scenario has a main character, but it wasn't really designed with that in mind.
no, that's what I meant earlier when I said they're very good at making it subtle. Like it's there,
Yeah.
and it can be relevant.
You
but
get like you get like a treat if you pick the right big quotes, right characters.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you know. Nah, that was it. It was just otherwise, you know, and that was it. That was the end of the sentence.
There are characters that if you bring along will make things anywhere from moderately to infinitely easier, and it's usually usually like an Alyssa thing or a David thing. That's with the lockpick and him being able to combine items, or Jim starting with the key and Underbelly, things like that. But by and large, or Cindy in some cases being able to, or in one case, being able to get a gun. Yoko too and BFB, they all have little character moments, little things that they're tied to that can yield benefits. And I would love to see so much more of that.
Jim's coin.
My life is shit. I don't know. I'd like to. There's a tiny part of me that I'd just like to see them make a new Outbreak, do whatever they want with it. I just want to see what dumb DLC crap they'd do. Maybe some silly crossover things. Like, who knows? Just who knows? Yeah, play as Akuma in Outbreak. Play as like Virgil. I mean, that'd sell Eddie on the game. That'd be an easy one.
There was
do some silly stuff, like, because you know, in Outbreak File 2, you can play as a stick man. You know, bring that back. Bring back the colored stick people. That's funny.
Yeah, I would be on board with all that stuff, and also like the legacy characters. Just they can do so much with the NPC stuff.
A token, but it's just a gun. You just shout to Dokkan whenever he fires.
Just play as Hunk. Neck snap everything. Very easy.
They had files 1 and 2 were There was meant to be 3 files, Outbreak. Originally, it was Resident Evil Online. It was supposed to be anywhere between like 18 to 25 scenarios. They split it up because it was on a fucking DVD, and development, like, they had to actually take the time to do it, so they decided to split it up, and it didn't sell too well, but they had all the File 3 NPCs on the File 1 disc and File 2 disc, so all of them are playable, technically, with Action Replay, or like Game Shark or something. So you would see people like Hunk running around on PS2 back in the day, because people just had enough money to buy a fucking Game Shark.
I mean,
It was all
you
very
know,
silly.
if you've already invested hundreds of dollars in being able to play online, what's another $50 to cheat into it?
Yeah. People would also use that to zombify on command and attack their teammate, and then turn back into a person and rinse repeat. So there'd be matches where you would have just sleeper agents waiting to fuck you up. It's horrifying. Yeah, I would love to see how they would handle that sort of content. What I would really want, though, is similar to what we, like, it's everything's derivative at this point, but similar to Night Rain, but more similarly to me, similar to Metal Gear Online, where Metal Gear Online 2 specifically, where you had basically a set amount of, you had like 4 points, and then you had various traits, and each trait would take up anywhere from 1 to like 3 or 4 points, depending on how strong you wanted the perk to be. So you would have like a handgun perk, which would give you slightly less recoil at level 1, and then it would just scale up to level 3. And then you could slot something else in for the last, so you could mix and match up to 4 things. I'd want a similar system, like a perk system for character trees, where you could unlock certain like stat increases or abilities or whatever it is up to a point and slot them in. So you can have some customizability without breaking things.
Yeah, I think having the flexibility of, like, you know, you get 10 points and you have a 20-point total skill tree. Just pick what you want for this run, pick what you want for this build, that sort of thing. Like, if you want really yoked shoulder tackles, you could dump all your points into like this physical tree. Or if you want to start with a shotgun, you could just go down this tree. That'd be nice.
I'm also very much, I love the idea of, because the NPCs are basically just custom characters anyway, I would love the idea of just like you just make a civilian in Raccoon City and be able to customize.
Oh
them
yeah,
that way.
like, you know, make your own dude.
Yeah.
Custom character, yeah, like a me, like a me-verse character. I think another thing that they could probably add to, just to spice it up, because you were like, oh, you know, people would cheat to turn into zombies or whatever. Where, like, if you, like, in Outbreak, when you die, you come back as a zombie, but the zombie's kind of immortal. Like, it'll fall on the ground, and it'll get back up, like, maybe once or twice, and then it'll be fully dead. And then you're just kind of chilling there, waiting for everybody. But I genuinely kind of want them to re-add the infected mode for Resident Evil 6.
Just
where-
take control of one.
Just take control. Just take control of whatever enemy is around. Or, like, specific enemies, maybe, because I feel like people taking control of the big, bad nemesis or tyrant at the end of one of those would be pretty rough.
That's when
It'd
we're
be
kind
fun.
of, that's kind of when we're reapproaching, was it RE-verse? Was that it? Or was that their like pseudo Dead by Daylight game where
Yeah,
it's
it
like
was-
one mastermind? Yeah,
That
that's
was,
when you're No, that wasn't. That was
the other one. I forget,
Yeah,
I always forget the name.
because Reverse was like the one where it's just everybody's shooting the shit out of each other. You then turn into Bingo Bongo
Resistance, thank you.
Resistance, yeah. No, that's when you're approaching resistance territory, and I'm like, I don't know. That'd be a fun game mode.
Because for Resident Evil 6, it was literally like if people wanted to do the infected mode, they would just spawn in at the specific times that you were doing, the scenario. So like, you're holed up in the gun shop, the not kendo gun shop. People just fucking spawn in as like lickers, like, almost licker shit, and then come through windows and try to beat the shit out of you. And that was genuinely fun because it wasn't like, it was not Reavers. It was just a thing that would sometimes happen. So if you could just, if somebody died in the game, like off by themselves, and you could just pick the one, like that one character can go off and do that stuff, it wouldn't be approaching Reavers territory at all, I don't think. Unless you could, in fact, play as the Tyrant or whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when you're able to play as the big bad, that's when you're approaching...
Yeah.
That's when you're approaching territory of, nobody liked that, don't bring it back. Like, yeah. That's the asynchronous Dead by Daylight, don't do that again territory.
Yeah, I think it would be perfectly acceptable just for, like, zombies. Like,
yeah,
like even just being able to climb over the wall after death as a zombie in the middle of that boss fight would probably just as fine. But yeah, having something for the dead person to do would be nice. And yes, maybe something that's like, a little more threatening than its previous iterations.
Yeah, the one downside that I can see with the more seamless thing, what happens on death, like, if we're talking an Outbreak style game with a set cast of characters, Outbreak works so well because they're like bite-sized scenarios. So if someone dies or you wipe, it's not like you just redo that scenario.
Yeah.
Like maybe if you have like a persistent game thing, you can choose to just restart the scenario with everybody. There are ways to work around it. It would just require a bit of thought.
Yeah. There are ways to work around it. I mean, they might do something kind of like the survivor closets, maybe, but I feel like they may want to just keep the tension of like, yeah, your friend died, that's a permanent thing, so now it's just the three of you, figure it out.
Yeah, I would personally rather have something like that because it definitely makes like it incentivizes keeping people alive.
Yeah.
Maybe just have somebody like maybe give them control of like a rat or something, like it's just something that they can continue to go and do stuff. It's like, oh, well, your buddy's dead. You could just restart now, but like you're pretty close to the end. Just give them like a rat.
Depends on how long.
Like if they die in the very beginning, that's their own fucking fault, honestly.
And the thing I'm envisioning allows you to, like stop it. There probably wouldn't be any like saving, just like there is in an Outbreak, not in any traditional sense. But you would have those hub areas, like you get through a scenario, that could be a natural stopping point where you have like a small hub area or just a safe zone.
Like a checkpoint.
Yeah, checkpoint. Yeah. Have that be it. But lengthwise, I was very much thinking of it in terms of like one solid game, like similar to RE3, which is set in Raccoon City, where you go through everything. You have your save rooms, your checkpoint areas, and then you go through until you're out.
I just really want them to remake Resident Evil Outbreak. That's all I want.
I would be fine with a port. Like I would. I think I would
like
want
an official
them,
port.
Yeah.
I think I would want them to remake it more than a port, but.
Well, yeah, like remaking it from the ground up would fix a lot of the problems that it like did have. Where, it's a little clunky and old. It's definitely dated in certain areas. Like I don't give a shit about like graphics wise or anything like that, but you know, when the zombies are teleporting around, it's not that great, and that's just how it is. It's not even have anything to do with anybody's shitty internet or anything. It's just the game. Like, they could fix that in a remake part of it. Like, even if it were to be peer-to-peer, at least if the host had really good internet, it probably would still be a non-issue.
Yeah, with the netcode of Outbreak is held together with Blue and Hope. And it was peer-to-peer.
Yeah.
So it's
As
something
it
like,
was back in the day.
yeah, like literally, if you emulate it today and play online, it will function exactly as it did back in 2004 when it came out. 2003? 2003, 2004. Like the netcode is just that bad, and it's so just ingrained in the experience. The latency is the exact same. Like, to this day, I can dodge a zombie that is not moving, who's off screen, by picking up an item because I know he's about to teleport to me. It's that precise.
Yeah.
It's almost like it was baked into it. It really blows my mind how it works. But it is the way it is, and it would simply be remedied by just modern hardware.
Yeah.
Modern netcode.
Plus, then they could, like, charge a bunch of money. So, like, instead of just, like, you know, oh, well, here are the skins that you get in-game, because they're never going to offer that. Especially if they put a skill tree in. But they can be like, hey, here are the DLC outfits you can buy. Do you want Alyssa to play as Chun-Li? There you go. She's basically Scarlett Johansson, right?
God. Just want an RE1 remake out. Make the shit beautiful hemispheric. I'd be on board if they made it. I do. I say this, I'm knocking on wood. Not, I don't want to jinx anything, but I do expect them to do more with the IP, given how much attention they are spending to Outbreak with RE9. Like, it is not a coincidence, and I don't think it's going to be like a one-off thing. I just don't know what form it's going to come in.
I'm a firm believer that Capcom has forgotten about Outbreak.
I mean-
its higher ups just completely forgot about Outbreak, and it's all of the developers and people who are just being like, yeah, we're gonna push out ideas, and some dude is like, what about Alyssa Ashcroft? And they're like, that name sounds familiar. We like it.
Yeah, I think that I feel like that Capcom is fully aware that people want Outbreak, and they're fully aware that they have a market for it. Like, you know, if they just port it, if they make a remake or a remaster or whatever, people will buy it and be relatively happy, because it's not another fucking reverse or whatever. I don't know what they're waiting for, or if they're waiting for anything, to be honest. I don't know what they're doing.
I just don't think they're gonna, like, genuinely, it was so long ago, and it was on such, like, complete hardware, hardware fucking, like a hardware lock, that the people who, did work on that have scattered to the winds. The people who ordered people to work on that are probably so up in the ranks and have done so many things that they probably can barely remember at this point. And the developers are the only people who are like, I remember that. I used to play the shit out of that. That's why I'm working at Capcom, because I love Resident Evil. And then maybe one day, eventually, somebody in that little area will get promoted, and then we'll get a Resident Evil Outbreak, but...
That's the thing. You're hitting on probably why we haven't seen anything so far. Even if the devs do want something like an Outbreak, and that's a big if at this point. I know they didn't back then. Like, I would have to search for the article, but there was an interview done with Capcom staff, if memory serves, where they were like, yeah, we we're shifting gears to Resident Evil because we as developers want to make new things, which, again, that's fair. But even if they wanted something like Outbreak, they then have to pitch it to the executives, who then have to pitch it to investors, and it's like making that happen without any degree of like, this is a live service thing. This is how we can milk this. This is how it needs some sort of
long-term marketability, pitchability.
Yeah, unless
I mean, yeah, that's why I said they can just keep making maps. Like, at the point where they've gotten like all of the assets and stuff, making the actual maps themselves isn't probably going to be the problem. The problem would just be managing to make those maps connect seamlessly to all of the other maps, which that's definitely a little more work, maybe more thought work than actual like programming work, but they could just continue to make maps, keep putting out costumes, maybe put out fucking voice lines or some shit. I don't know.
But they have proven time and time again that they can come up with unique systems, and they can make things work. Like,
Yeah.
I know I said Dead Island. That's not.
Here's
Frank
the
West
Dead
game.
Island DLC.
Dead Rising. Dead Rising exists. Multiple Dead Rising games. Like mechanics of that game are so goddamn unique, and could fit very well into a Resident Evil setting and like a larger scale. That I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. But
I mean, frankly, yeah, there could just be an entire thing dedicated to a mall, and just like, you can name the mall something else, but like the entire interior could just be a pretty big reference to Dead Rising.
okay, but
As a
imagine
map, like, just wholesale.
imagine a similar idea like with a mall, but a city where like you have a specific amount of time to do everything you need to do to get to the extraction point and escape. Like a specific amount of time to do these scenarios, and each time you do a scenario, it chunks the amount of time you have. Like, you can only do so many scenarios before you have to leave, and if you miss it, you're dead, sort of thing.
I mean, Caboose, you do say that, but like, Alyssa was already referenced in Resident Evil 7, and it's been a hot minute since any of that happened. And we haven't gotten Outbreak. Like, the only Outbreak thing that we've gotten since then was that they released their Outbreak thing, like their upscaled resolution, whatever the fuck, on a page, on a Capcom website.
I mean, we've seen connections to other Resident Evil games previously, and newer ones. It's not the first time they've done it, and it's been major plot points. So it's not outside the realm of possibility that they could do that. I just don't think, like, it seems very deliberate this time because of how people have been asking for it. Like, even with it being I truly think it's a minority of people asking for like something like Outbreak. But I think given just how long it has been going on, coupled with the fact that we have seen so many failed multiplayer Resident Evil projects, it strikes me as odd that they would include it as purely a callback. References are different than like here. We have Jake Wesker. They're not bringing Wesker back. Like it's just
they're not doing anything with Jake either.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, a reference can still be used as a point of, like, at least saying, hey, they remember that this character exists, so maybe they'll use it later. Like, a reference isn't always just like a cheeky Easter egg that's thrown away. They're usually, especially in something that's like, if it's not like a funny off-distant JPEG or something you gotta do a little obscure thing for, if it's like a note that's in your direct path and you just will more than often always read it, that reference is fairly deliberate. Like, that's put there for a reason. It's not just like, who cares? Let's just throw that in there. It's like, no, that's like fairly deliberate.
But see, here's the thing, with the exception of Jake and Helena, right? Or like Resident Evil 6 or whatever. The side characters have really never made another appearance in anything except for like their weird ass multiplayer shit that nobody ever fucking justice for Billy going. But like even Barry hasn't, like, the only people who have really returned time and time again are the main cast. I don't think that they wanted to make it gay, we don't really know who's gonna be in it, but clearly Grace is the main character, so you'll be playing as her for a majority of it. If that is the case, and they don't do a village where, you end up playing Chris or, Leon, whoever at the end of it, they probably just didn't want to make a whole... I mean, they still technically made a brand new character with her, but they just wanted to make her feel incorporated into the story somehow. And that character is Alyssa's she's somebody who existed in the series, but there's also, 700, other characters that they could have gone with from Outbreak. But, they've never shown back up. Even she's showing back up, but she's dead. They're very purposeful. If they wanted it to be hey, we're gonna do, here, fun little nod to Outbreak or whatever. You better be able to play as Alicia Ashcroft. If she's just dead and there's no other way to play back for her, then
yeah, that also
it's literally just
Darius
there's the side
also,
character that never returned.
Darius also brings the point. Is she dead though?
Yeah, we don't.
We don't know.
At this point.
Yeah, we don't.
Because with how Resident Evil can be played, it can be very easily said, big surprise, the government lies. What do you know? We live in the real world. That happens every day. And that's a common plot point in Resident Evil, so,
They did make it sound like she got killed by a cult murder.
Is she though? Obviously all those things are massive what ifs, because we have a trailer. We have a trailer, we have a name and a number, and that's it, man.
We are getting more information tomorrow. There's a closed playtest for 9 at Keely's House of Pleasure, and the embargo lifts tomorrow. But regarding the whole why bring back character additions, they've been doing that since Resident Evil 2. We have an entire build of a game, Resident Evil 1.5, that had no ties to RE1, and part of the revision they made was to tie it to legacy characters with Claire. They make those decisions purely to cater to the audience. That it's not the first time they've done it. It probably wouldn't be the last time they've done it if they're doing it here. I don't necessarily think they are, but they tried something new with Ethan. They wanted to make it they wanted to introduce something new. It kind of worked out, I guess, sales-wise, but
people didn't like Ethan, though, is a problem. Nobody liked Ethan.
The game's sold.
Generic. The game sold. As a character, maybe. Maybe as a character, Ethan's fairly weak because he's literally John White Guy. Speaking as somebody who's literally John half white guy, he's John White Guy.
Yeah.
His whole his part of his gimmick is that he doesn't have a face.
The whole idea.
He has no face.
Ethan's whole idea was they were making a VR game. The whole point was PSVR. So they built the entire game, mechanics, story, characters around PSVR, including the personality or lack thereof of the protagonist, and Village, which has a continuation of that because it sold well and they wanted to do something with the characters.
I mean, also, I feel like, at least in Village's case, I think Village sold well specifically because of the Duke making the reference to the merchant.
I don't think that's the reason why that game sold well.
I think that's what initially sparked a lot of people to go, oh, I'll take a look at this.
No,
and then, they see the
that.
rest of the game through demos or gameplay or whatever like that, and they're like, yeah, okay.
I mean, I can probably finger more people out that wanted to get into Resident Evil 8 because Big Lady
Oh, that too, yeah.
Like the Duke didn't
Yeah.
happen until like 2 or 3 promotional materials came in after Lady Dimitrescu
That's
was
fair,
done
you
being
know?
like the center. Like, who cares about the Duke? Who cares about the big fat guy? Nobody knew he'd make a merchant reference until the game came out and people talked to him enough. Like, big lady, please hurt me. Big lady. That's all people cared about. And Capcom knew because they had her voice actress come back for this recent thing and have her own special events for like talking about
Well,
the game.
I think it's because she won an award for her outstanding performance as that character.
This is
but
this
really,
is before the
it's just
character.
because
This
the
is before the
dog bubble.
game. This is before the game came out, so she could not have won an award for that before the game came out. Like they
Well, I
had
meant
her
for the
front
most recent
line.
thing that they brought her back for.
Oh sure, but you know, big lady. I don't think people like immediately recognize her accolades and rewards. They recognize her as big lady. And yeah, as soon as Lady Dimitrescu's part was over, like if you weren't hooked, you were done.
Yeah.
If you were hooked though, then you went to the dollhouse and you like shit your pants. But
Yeah.
no, like
In
for-
fairness, I
yeah.
completely forgot about Lady Dimitrescu because A, I'm not that large of a lesbian, and B, because it's the first section and it's so fucking short that I was just like, okay, I guess that's it now.
I really thought the game would be more of the like the vibe of the castle. I was a bit disappointed that it wasn't.
Yeah, I think the problem with 8 and its like retention power for at least knowledge of it is like the 4 sections. People will remember Big Lady, they'll remember the spooky fetus, and then they remember Run and Gun Action City. So many people don't really remember the third part beyond Swamp Thing. And like I personally don't remember Swamp Thing's third part very well, besides you're in the swamp and you have to kill the frog, and that's all I remember genuinely.
Burrow is the weakest part of the game for sure.
Yeah, but like, you know, you had Big Lady, you had Spooky Baby, and like the run and gun section of Heisenberg's part was fine, but then it became more memorable because Capcom decided, okay, we'll just call Chris a boulder punching asshole. We'll see if that sticks. And it stuck. People remember that part a lot.
I decided to look it up because I was curious about like the total number of sales for like the Resident Evil games. 7 sold 14.7 million copies, right? Because it was you know, their introduction at VR. It was a new direction they were taking it. It looked, you know, very classic, all the other stuff. Village sold 11.3 million copies. And Resident Evil 2 Remake sold 15.4 million copies.
Well, yeah, I mean, 8 had the captivity because it's like, okay, Capcom is now back on Cap God. They used to be Crapcom, and then they finally came back to being Cap God because, you know, 7 wasn't bad. Then 2 Remake was like, yeah, I remember this when I was a wee baby, and then everybody else went, yeah, me too. I kind of low-key wonder how many sales of 8 happened later on in the life cycle, specifically around the time Baldur's Gate 3 came out and was popular. Because people are very obsessive over that game, and they're kind of creepy about it, and I don't like it. One of the, you know, most popular characters in that game is Asterion, who's Neil Nubon, or Nubon, however you say it. He was Heisenberg. And so people would probably go through his entire portfolio and then just play games he's in because they're just eternally scary and horny. So I'm kind of wondering.
When did Baldur's Gate come out?
A full release, I think, was 2022, 21. I don't remember.
It
was an early access for like, yeah, I think it was an early access for 500 years, but then it finally came out. And yeah, Neil Nubon, that was Heisenberg. Yeah, and I'm kind of just like, just kind of just curious. It has no relevant metric, I think. I'm just curious. Like, you know.
Yeah.
How many people went, oh, damn, that's Asterion?
Village might have been the fastest selling, but it definitely didn't sell. Like, it didn't sell as much as 7 or 2 did.
Yeah.
Lifetime sales definitely lower, I think.
And this is as of March 2025. So This isn't just like, oh, it's launch year. No, this is all time.
Yeah, I don't think it'll ever hit those numbers unless they're like mega sales. But I think the initial push for Village it seemed like they were doing something with Chris that was the like legacy character tied to the series, and people were interested. And then it happened, and then reviews came in, and people saw what the game actually was, and interest was less, especially for that type of game, like that type of Resident Evil. And 4 Make happened. Thought Chris was going to be a werewolf, and I'm still disappointed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really wanted him to turn into a werewolf. You can't have the promotional material him being half werewolf and not turn him into a fucking werewolf.
I think people were accepting of the FPS thing, but I don't think that people predominantly want FPS who are like fans of the series predominantly want FPS. People bought it because it's Resident Evil. Like there's a market for it, but I don't think it's the lion's share of the fans, so to speak. Displaying its depressed alcoholic Leon. Ah, yes. Like you'll always want more of what you got when you jumped into the series. Like people who jumped in with 4 want more games like that. People who started with the originals want more games like that. People who started with 7 want more Ethan. They think Ethan is great. They love Mia.
Tepid take. That's a tepid
Crier.
take, but all right. I'm
To
just
answer
saying.
your question, I found the lifetime sales of Village, like in years by itself. I don't know what happened to 2022. I genuinely don't know what happened to 2022, but it sold 5 million copies in its like roughly 5 or 6 million in its first year, and then 2022 is missing, and then it jumps to 8 million in 23, which would probably be roughly when Baldur's Gate came out.
That's roughly when Baldur's Gate was getting popularity, yeah. Because like,
Yeah, and then
yeah.
and then in that year, it reached 10 million copies sold. So
Yeah.
it jumped,
I mean,
it jumped pretty high.
just a very briefly touch on that. Like, yeah, I feel like that probably definitely helped a lot because, again,
Probably.
Baldur's Gate fans scare the shit out of me. But it's, I feel like that may have also bled into like more way post-launch sales for Detroit Become Human, because Kamsky is just Neil. Like, it's him face scanned in, he acts in it, it's just him, and he's a major character. So like that sort of thing does have play, but I don't know how significant that really is to bring up or merit. But it's a thing to consider for sales, because like you hire this dude and he's doing some roles and he's pretty good, and then all of a sudden he's like a vampire that everybody wants to
Boink.
do various
Boink.
thing. Yeah,
Lily
please,
currently has a negative debuff for getting bitten.
No, I don't, because he hasn't fucking talked to me yet.
I meant in real life.
Oh, yes. But I'm not a
Well, yeah.
pervert about it, all right? I can look at Neil Newbon and I can be like, you're a cool dude, and I'm not perverted about it.
Sorry, my headset just died. Give me a second.
Very good.
But yeah, I feel so bad for people that started with 5. If you're in this chat room and you started with 5, if you liked it, good for you, man. That's awesome. If you started with 6 and you liked it, that's so cool. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, there are
Yeah.
people who legitimately both started with 6 and like it. And
Yeah,
swear
that's
like
fine. That's great. I'm sorry, but that's great.
Yeah, I'm not even. I don't think I will ever see eye to eye when it comes to like what I appreciate about the series. But at the end of the day, like I don't really care.
I'm looking forward to when they inevitably remake Resident Evil 5 and we can move and shoot. That'd be great. Because you can't do that in that game, and I forget every single time.
I first started, he was 5. It took me about a decade to recover.
Yeah, I'm very
I'm
sorry.
so sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Like, even with that, like my first Resident Evil game that I played by myself to completion was 4. And it's an okay game, you know. I like it because of nostalgia reasons and because, you know, Leon's a B tier bitch in that. But at least I had grown up watching the originals, you know? Like, even if I would throw the controller when a zombie would come at me, like, I started with the originals. I cannot imagine playing 4 and then immediately playing 5. Like, that would have been such a fucking massive disappointment.
It's like they play very similarly. They just have very different narrative structures.
Yeah.
And it's like 4 was the beginning of Resident Evil becoming a comic book. Like,
Yeah. I get it. I can see it.
And I will never, I'll never forgive 4 for that. But I have come to terms with 4 being like that for like decades now at this point. I've come to terms with 4 being it's a good game. Especially given the time period. 4 is a good game, and 4 Remake is a good game. What it did to the narrative of the series, I would,
Yeah.
I'll never forgive it for.
I want them to remake Code Veronica too.
I would like them to do that as well, and make it.
At this point, we've gotten more Outbreak drops than we've gotten Code Veronica drops.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sad, isn't it?
Even though the literal guy who's been doing them is like, I'd like to revisit Code Veronica one day, maybe.
I struggle to think of how they would manage to do CVX in current day.
Yeah,
I think they
Like
could do it.
narratively.
I was about to say narratively, out of all the games in the series, Code Veronica is going to need some capital H help.
Yeah.
Because
I feel like-
yikes.
I mean, if they're gonna continue to keep it on like Rockford Island or whatever like that, instead of, you know, Claire being kidnapped or whatever like that, it could just be like an operation where, you know, quote, she gets kidnapped on purpose or some shit. Or they could do a number of things to keep it the same vein, like, you know, like the same base premise of it, but just like fix it.
I'm like the general conceit of it with Claire investigating Umbrella Europe and getting cat, like that's fine. Like all of that.
Fine.
It's not.
It's the other characters that are
it's
a problem.
It's the whole Alfred, Alexia split personality thing
That is so bad.
they're gonna have to.
It's very stinky.
I genuinely,
Like-
I still think they could do it well.
Yeah, I
Like,
think they
not
could
in
do
a
it.
yeah.
cross-dressing way or anything like
Oh,
that,
no.
but just him having like the higher pitched voice just naturally, right? Or like he can, you know, he just changes his voice. That's it. He doesn't have to dress up like a woman or anything like that. It's just got to be a lot of around corners or like, you know, maybe he sits there, talks to like mannequins that have her dress and wig on it or something, right? Like,
I would want them to not shy away from what they did, but I don't know how they would do
Oh,
it
yeah.
without pissing anybody off. And that,
oh, they're gonna piss everybody off, but you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, no. That's see that's the thing about CVX is like they're going to lose no matter what. No matter what they do. If they retouch the writing to be less oh god, then the purists are of course going to be upset. And then if they don't do anything and they leave it alone and go, well, maybe people will just realize, oh, it's a fantasy game. No, they won't. And then that's going to happen. So maybe the reason, and I feel like that is the reason, why either they're just not going to fucking do it or they don't want to talk about it, is because CVX is their Mount Everest that people say they need to climb it. They have to do it. You've got to put the flag at the top of the mountain. But they know that if they do, they're going to freeze to death and die before they get to the top. And no matter what, people are going to be pissed off.
I mean, like, just don't do the cross-dressing bit. Just have him.
And then people will be pissed
psychotic.
off that they didn't. That's what I'm saying. Then
Well,
people will be
yeah.
pissed off that they didn't. That's their thing. They're looking at it going,
I
I'd rather not.
I feel like at this point, if they're trying, like, they've gotten a whole bunch of new people into the series thanks to 2 and like 8 and stuff like that, that they could probably do away with the outright cross-dressing bit and maybe just allude to it, right? Where it's like, oh, why does he have dresses in his closet? Like, they could probably do that and then still have him, like, just talk to people, like, or like talk to his sister in his head, like have the one-sided conversations around corners or whatever like that. And it would probably be fine, because then people would be like, wow, like the newer generations would be like, wow, why does he have cross-dressing stuff in his closet? And then they'll like go and look it up or play the original and they'll go, oh, that's why. And then they're either going to be mad that they didn't, but by that point, they've already probably spent money on the game. Or they're going to be like, wow, yeah, it was probably a good thing that they changed that, huh? But I feel like the amount of purists who are going to be mad is probably going to be offset by the amount of new people they've gotten into the series.
True. But at the same time, the amount of purists that are going to be pissed off may be a smaller number. They will be a louder number, and vice versa. It could be either way. It could be either way because the new people,
and they're gonna get bullied.
well, that's the thing. The new people probably don't even care and or know, so there's no significance.
Yeah.
Until
if they
there would be no
get bullied.
significance unless they don't change it. Then people will look into it, and then they will get pissed off.
I think that would be more likely to change it, given how we've seen them rework characters for the various remakes so far.
Yeah.
Which I would find disappointing. I want them to stick to their guns, because that kind of psychosis. Alfred's a very interesting character, and he is completely overshadowed by just the pure bonkers nature of CVX and also Steve.
Yeah, also Steve. Steve would need to be removed and probably just replaced with anybody fucking else.
Surprise, it's Carlos.
Like, I don't know. For me, CVX remake is pointless unless they make the knife a vibroblade again. Then it's good. Don't care what they do with the plot. If they keep the knife as a vibroblade, it's a good game. It's a good remake.
But
that's
the
fair.
worst thing is that 4 is not 4, but Code Veronica, like, story-wise, is literally the linchpin holding 4, 5, and 6 together. Like, 6 can go away, we don't care about 6, but everything that happens in 4 and 5 is a direct result of Code Veronica. Because he acquired Steve's mutated corpse and the Veronica virus. How do you not remake the game that has spawned 2 of your greatest hits?
They do stand alone, but it doesn't need it. You wouldn't make the connection unless you were paying attention, but it would be disappointing for them to not.
Yeah.
In fact, I would want more interconnectivity between the games and the series. That's
Plus, I know that at the end of spoilers, I guess, for the end of 4 or whatever the fuck. But I remember one of the end cutscenes was Wesker like getting Krauser's corpse, and I feel like that was alluded to in the original one too. But like, he has. I think there was something like we thought it was Steve's corpse, but might have been Krauser's corpse. I don't remember. I remember at the end of like the special cutscene or whatever, getting everything. It was like, oh.
I want to say he outright mentioned Steve. I
think he does.
Wish he wouldn't. I wish nobody would mention Steve.
I don't see CVX, any sort of CVX remake being a big hit. unless they play their cards right with like promotional stuff. I think Zero would do better than CVX, honestly.
Yeah, Zero has really
People
good
would
potential.
People
Just
go nuts
because
for Billy Cohen.
it's like them acknowledging Rebecca exists again, recognizing that Billy Cohen exists again, and it would be a really good co-op game.
Yeah, that's
Like, they have the technology now. I think Zero Remake would be a lot more on point.
Code Veronica was their worst selling Resident Evil game, aside from The Umbrella Chronicles
there have been multiple.
and Outbreak, technically, but
Does that include
Code
all
Veronica
versions of
sold-
CVX?
I'm not sure. Let me see. Yeah, combines the most recent official figure for combined sales across all platforms, including version X, and it's 254 million as of June 30th of 2020.
Okay.
And it's still like the next lowest one, or I guess the next highest one above that would be Nemesis, like the original Nemesis.
Yeah, it's not surprising.
But even Revelations is like just over Nemesis was, and that was more modern and on like, you know, handheld devices.
It's only mentioned in a
Final
file.
Five.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they had like 1,000 files for 5, so makes sense. I feel like that if they do it again, like if they just maybe work on it a little better, because I know Code Veronica probably didn't sell that well because it originally released on the fucking Dreamcast, and I don't know how many people had the Dreamcast. So if they did it again, it would probably sell better, because like, you know, not many people have the hardware to get Code Veronica again in the modern day.
I mean,
It did eventually make it to the PS2 as Code Veronica X.
yeah, CVX made the rounds on PS2, GameCube, a couple other platforms.
Yeah.
But the original Code Veronica was Dreamcast only. Memory serves.
Yeah. I mean, if it's not the best judge, but it still has like one of the least selling ones, it you know, it's probably because it started on a not great platform and then came probably a little too late for a lot of people.
RE4 is also interesting in that it started as a GameCube exclusive and then made its way to PS2.
But that also managed to sell 14 million copies, and that's just the base RE4. That's not the remake. That does not include a remake.
The RE4 was an anomaly in that it sold the GameCube.
Yeah, that is true.
And that was what, like
It was
4
part of
years into his
the-
lifespan too?
Yeah, and it was like part of Capcom's Big 4 initiative, where they were like, "Oh, we're gonna make or Big 3 initiatives. Like, we're gonna make 3 huge games for this little box." One of them was Resident Evil 4. I only remember the other one, which was like Project 03, where you played a dancing laser lady, and it was a weird shooter. And
Piano 3,
didn't know what
yeah.
they were thinking. Yeah, that was like, what the fuck were they thinking? But yeah. Sold GameCubes, came out on PS2. PS2 version was like somehow worse. And then they just went, all right. They doomed it. If it can run electricity, it will play Resident Evil 4.
Let's see. Best-selling GameCube games. I'm gonna go ahead.
Super Smash Brothers Melee.
Yeah, I'm just
Melee,
gonna
Mario
go ahead and
Kart,
ignore all the
RE4,
Mario Kart stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Resident Evil 4 sold 1.60 million copies on the GameCube by itself. And that's putting it between fucking Pikmin and Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut. Like, they all sold the exact same amount.
So
It was
completely.
like it helped sell the GameCube, but I think the PS2 is really what did it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
two things. Two things. One, that mention of Eternal Darkness hurts my soul. I'm going to go to bed and be sad later tonight. Two, completely random thing, because this is the first time I'm playing this game because I got the fucking Switch 2. In Breath of the Wild, does your armor break too? Or does it not?
Your
No,
armor?
I don't think
Like
so.
shields do.
Yes,
I mean,
shields.
shields, yeah, but like
not
your
your clothes.
Oh, thank fucking God, man. Because like
You
I've gone through
can
like
only upgrade them.
okay, good. Because I've gone through like 9 clubs and like 2 shields, and I'm like, I swear to God,
Yeah.
if my T-shirt explodes, I'm going to explode.
Welcome.
Okay, good.
Groyer, I don't know if you have like the DLCs or whatever the fuck it is for, but
I
like
do not. I do not.
I'm going to spoil you just a little bit because it's going to disappoint you immensely when you finally do get around to it. The Master Sword does break.
Does break. I know that. I know the Master Sword breaks. You have to like recharge it. And I know it's
when you
locked
get to the
behind how many
DLC,
hearts you have.
When you get to the DLC that's supposed to strengthen it, still breaks after that.
Yeah, I know. I knew that much.
Okay.
Like, that was the part that sold me on never getting this game. I only have it now because it came with my Switch 2, and I was like, okay, fine.
Okay.
I'll play Zelda Rim. I'll see what it's about.
It's a good game, even with the breaking stuff, despite the breaking stuff.
Yeah.
I'm also still figuring out how you dodge and combat. Like, I can do funny flips, but I still get hit because you don't flip very far.
Gotta time
Yeah, okay.
it.
Like,
Think of it like a
so-
parry.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so
Anyway,
the GameCube version of Resident Evil 4, combining North America and European releases, sold. Hold on, I have to do math. 500,000 copies. By December 5th, it had sold 3 million copies of both GameCube and PlayStation 2 versions, or they had been shipped. And by
Luck losing.
2007, it had sold 1.6 million. And then the PS2 version by itself sold over 2 million copies.
PS2 was the more, I dare say, popular system, at least here.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, PlayStation 2 was like, it was the most popular console of all time
yep, sure.
for like a decade, two
Sure was.
decades.
Still
like,
probably. I feel like if you ask anybody about like name a video game console, they'll probably spit out PlayStation. Maybe not 2, but let's just say PlayStation.
Yeah. So, GameCube was, an okay system, but
It was
It didn't- it didn't sell as much as the Wii did.
It was like the GameCube was an objective failure.
Yeah.
Like it had a really good,
Even though
it had
all
a pretty,
the games on it were fucking bangers.
it had a pretty decent library, but like sales wise, number wise, it was an
Yeah.
objective failure, which sucks.
yeah,
I don't
Yeah.
know why.
It had twin snakes, man. Depending who you ask, that gets you shot in the street or gets you a firm handshake.
Twin Snakes is fine.
Okay, well,
GameCube was also fucking phenomenal because they had the adapter you could plug in so you could play. It was basically a capture card. It was like the first capture card. You just put your fucking Game Boy Advance in there and you could play it on the TV. That was shit. That was the shit.
it did also have an online adapter as well because they
It
put
did.
PSO
Yeah.
on there. Yeah, and then all the Dreamcast
I
people,
never had the adapter.
all the Dreamcast people crawled out of like King Tut's crypt and just went, "My time has come."
It's the only
Yeah,
reason it sold well.
That's the only reason they gave it the fucking adapter. I mean, for me, the big thing for the GameCube was the Game Boy player. That was the shit.
Yeah. When my grandpa's favorite game was A Link to the Past, like he would play that shit so much that if I entered him into a speed run race, if he was still alive, he would probably win it. Like, just a god at that game. When his SNES died, he couldn't find another one that wasn't like, $1,000 or whatever like that, at least back in California. So I got him the Game Boy Advanced version of A Link to the Past, and I got the adapter for the GameCube, and I lost my GameCube. He played that so much that the GameCube died, and he had to go buy another one.
I mean, the
Impressive.
Game Boy Advance port of Link to the Past was really good.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying is that my grandfather got so much use out of that GameCube that I lost my GameCube. And I didn't mind because by then I had a PlayStation 3, but
Yeah, for me, it was
that
like
adapter was good.
yeah, for me that was actually what happened with the Switch. Because when
Oh.
I had my Switch, everything was hunky dory until Pokemon Sword and Shield came out, and then my dad was like, I kind of want to get back to playing Pokemon, and he played through all of them, and he was like, oh, I might want to play Sword and Shield. I'm like, okay, do you have a Switch? No, he didn't. And so then my Switch became his forever until I finally went, I would like to play games on my console that I purchased with my money, father. So then he had to buy his own.
Yeah,
So
that's what happened to my mom. My literally everybody in my house now, with the exception of my little brother because he destroys everything he touches, has a Switch. My mother got a Switch Lite. No, she got the OLED because she wanted to play Animal Crossing, and the way that the Animal Crossings work is that she can't just, she can't make decisions on the island like you could back in the Game Boy days, or even the, or GameCube in the DS days. So she had to get her own Switch. And then when my mother got her Switch and she was playing around on it, my grandmother went, maybe I want to Switch because there's like a lot of the old games that are on the online thing, and like I can play with my sister, who lives in Nevada or whatever the fuck. So then she got one. And then my stepdad, who's a trucker, was like, I can't justify taking my PlayStation and a TV along with me all the time. I think I need a Switch. And so he got a fucking OLED. And now I'm sitting here with the oldest Switch in existence going like, I don't even want the Switch 2 right now because it's 600 fucking goddamn dollars plus games with like $800. Like, I can't do that.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was fervently against getting a Switch 2 because I was reading a bunch of the knee-jerk reaction reports, and then it came out, and obviously a lot of those are run back. For me, the only thing that sold it was like playing games that I really actually want to play, not at 1 frame per fucking decade.
Yeah.
And yeah, because like after I got this, the first thing I did was boot up like Violet, and I was just like, holy shit, this game is a game. And I can actually like enjoy it to its fullest. And like playing Breath of the Wild right now at 60 FPS this smooth, I mean, like, yeah, sure, people are going to go, ooh, you could just emulate it. It's like, okay, sure. When Nintendo's done destroying every fork of Yuzu, I can do that. Also, I don't want to download RussianVirus.exe because that's like been one of the most targeted things for fraud and scam. I should know. I've repaired 14 computers that have had this problem because people keep fucking bringing them in. But I mean, fuck it, I'll do it because it's newer hardware. There will be games that come out that I will want to play on it. Like inevitably Fire Emblem will come out and it will be Switch 2 exclusive, and I'll go, okay, fine, I'll play it. And then I'll play it and go, okay, fine, this was good. So
yeah. I mean,
I
mean, like, for starters, I can't afford it just like innately. Like, even if I
Oh, yeah.
did want to Switch 2, I can't do it. The
It's
thing
still
that kills me on
bones.
it, yeah, the thing that kills me on it though is that they're just doing the same shit that Microsoft and Sony are doing, where you have to just download the games. And I want the physical fucking cartridges for my Nintendo product, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, not gonna lie, the game cart thing really curdles my blood. I don't like the game. That's
why I'm not doing it.
Thing.
Like I don't want everything to be on an SD card. I want my files on my hard drive and not in the OneDrive. Please, let me have them on the cartridge.
Well, that's the thing. On Switch 1, it's also doing that, where it's like you have the digital card thing or whatever, and they're like, yeah, not even a matter of like, oh, you should do that. It's like, do that or else. It sucks. I don't like what Nintendo's doing on that regard. And regardless of Switch 2 or not, you'll run into it.
At least if I bought Breath of the Wild, I could stick it into the Nintendo Switch and it would be like, okay, you don't have to, like, there's an update for this, but like, you don't have to do it. You just play it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But like now you're going to be doing the same fucking shit it's like you're going to get a game and you're going to be like, oh man, I can't wait to play this fucking game. And you're going to, you're going to download it and it's going to be, oh, there's going to be a day 1 patch. Download that too, asshole. We didn't include that in the game because fuck you. Why would we? oh, you wanted to you got a cartridge, you shelled out for the extra $20 at the privilege to own a useless little piece of plastic that tastes bitter can do. Well, guess what? Day one patch, go fuck yourself. Also, you can only ever play this when you're online. Whatever the fuck.
And my
Not that, but
I only say this because I have insight into the gaming industry now, but day one patches aren't a matter of fuck you, I didn't want to do this anyway. It was a matter of this is because we had guinea pigs to do it and we have to patch it before it comes out. So like
oh yeah,
the day one patch is more a result of okay, we did our testing, here's what we're gonna do. Because if they patch it before it comes out, then they need to play test that patch, the release gets delayed, then they gotta patch the patch and patch the patch and patch the patch, and then it never comes out. So I can understand day one patches at least.
I can't understand day one patches because there were plenty of games before that didn't come with day one patches.
I mean, yeah, back in the day,
Back in
day
our
one
day.
patches didn't exist because downloading things on the internet didn't exist. So if your game launched unfinished, it was unfinished forever.
it was also the like another part is games are far larger than they were back then. Technology is so much
Yeah.
different. So many different moving parts.
Yeah. I was about to
Yeah.
say, like, well, I think that there was more like good games back then, but like, no, PS2 had so much fucking shovelware.
Yeah, there's
just-
so many bad games.
You never got the yeah. But it's like the good games really stood out though.
For every Final Fantasy, you had like 9 barnyards.
Yeah.
So like that's just how it was back then. And I mean, I know that people have made this argument for like game prices, especially for like, you know, not just Switch games, but for all game prices. Where it's like, oh, back in the day, that's how much games cost. That is true. Like that's just kind of unfortunately valid because I vividly remember purchasing Nintendo 64 cartridge games for $70 to $80 in 1990s money. That means
Hello? Did I die?
No,
Okay.
Warriors dying. Gone forever.
See, this is what happens. You start
Nintendo.
downloading the day one patch and all the internet goes away.
Nintendo got him.
They did silence him, yeah. They can hear him through his Switch too.
I don't remember paying. I'm like memory is a fickle thing, but I don't remember paying less or more than $60 for a Nintendo like N64 game. And I want to say it was 50.
I think it might depend on like where you're at in the world, because I like at least in California, I'm pretty sure they were like 70.
I think I'm back.
Hello.
You alive?
Yeah, that was my internet going out. It does that sometimes at midnight because of maintenance.
Yeah.
The
The
yeah,
classic.
I don't know when I like cut out, but I was just talking about like how people are making the argument about games in general being really expensive. And people point out that games back in the day were already that price and that day's money. It is an unfortunately valid argument, but then it's like, okay, but then in the modern economy, this
yeah.
blows. Back then,
Yeah.
back then though, it was like, I mean, sure, it sucks, but I mean, sure. But then CD games came out, and then games were like the cheapest they've ever been because making a CD was like piss broke easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also for Asian guy, I personally don't think day one patches are fine, simply because of how many times the PlayStation Network has crashed during the holidays.
So I would.
It's everybody getting on to download their day one patch so they can play Sonic or whatever.
See, I'm fine with them patching a game to like if they catch something after the game is gone. Like I get why it exists. I don't like it when
Yes.
developers use it as basically a get out of jail free card to ship bad products,
Yep,
which
that's
happens
shitty.
more and more.
That's
Yeah,
bad.
a day one patch. It's like, hey, we weren't able to fix this little thing in time. You know, it's maybe a gig. You know, it's not a lot. It's just fixing the last remnants of the things that we couldn't really fix in this time. That's it. And we're never, we're not gonna we're not going to update this game again for like another 6 months or whatever the hell like that until we find the next broken thing. Versus like, hey, this is 30 gigs. If you don't download this, the game is literally unplayable. And even if you do download this, the game is still very unplayable. Sorry. Looking at Anthem.
I did rent from Blockbuster frequently. Yeah, there was anytime I could convince my father to take me to Blockbuster to get a game, I would do it. I would ask basically every week. It wasn't every week that it would happen, but when it did, boy, was that a good week.
Yeah, for me, it was every other week. Me and Dad would go to Blockbuster. We'd both look at games, and we'd both look at movies, and that's how I played like GoldenEye 007 on my own. That's how I played like Micro Machines. That's how I played quite a few games on the 64 library. And then we would play it. You rent it for like $5 or less or whatever. You play it and go, good game, and then you buy the game. It's awesome.
See, I don't remember. Like, I did rent stuff from Blockbuster. The only 3 things that I guess 4 that I remember from Blockbuster was like maybe 6. I think they rented Super Mario 64 because we did not own that. I don't remember ever seeing it in the house after that. And I was like, where's Mario? And they're like, we have Mario Kart. And I went, but what about the other Mario? And they're like, I don't know about the other Mario. I think you're just thinking about Mario Kart. So they definitely rented it and then returned it before I could even conceive that that was an idea. The second one was my grandmother rented Wind Waker for the GameCube because we couldn't afford it fully at the time. And we were a day late. And it, they charge us like $1 million or whatever. So we didn't rent from Blockbuster again for a while because my grandmother was furious. And then when we finally did rent from Blockbuster again, I think Final Fantasy 13 had just come out.
Yes.
And I was like, well, I've never played a Final Fantasy before. Let's give it a try. And I played it for like an hour and a half. And I went, this sucks. And then I brought it back. And then I think I rented Modern Warfare instead.
Yeah,
Modern
right.
Warfare 3, something like that. And it was literally like the age of 6, the age of 12, and like the age of 16. Like 14, 15, 16, somewhere around there. And then Blockbuster died. So we couldn't rent anything anymore.
I think I would rent things during the PS2 era. Like that's the era where I stopped. I would definitely rent the same game repeatedly because I couldn't convince my father to just buy the damn thing. Didn't own a copy of Star Fox until I got it from one of my brother's friends. He got rid of his. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was a rental. That was the start. Well, at least 64. Star Fox 64 was a rental, then a purchase for me. That was great game, amazing game.
I own it now, and I'm glad I do. But that was one that I desperately wanted to buy, but never could. That said, we did have a lot. Like we had most of the staples. Like we had GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, Mario 64, Mario Kart, Jet Force Gemini. Actually, I think Jet Force Gemini was another of brother's friends' games that he gave us.
Jet Force Gemini was a rental that became a permanent own because while I was renting it, Blockbuster went under.
Oh.
And so we were able to just keep it.
Good.
You could literally have done like your own insider trading if you knew that Blockbuster was about to go under. You just go in and rent everything and then just never come back and what they're going to do.
Yeah. No, because I remember renting GoldenEye 007 and a few other games was like kind of that genre is what led to the surprise of like when Perfect Dark 64 came out. I didn't even know the game existed. And then I came home one day from school and it was just sitting there in the box in the playroom. And Dad was like, oh yeah, apparently this is like made by the same guys that make GoldenEye. It must be a really cool game. And then we played it and boy howdy, that game was not something that 7-year-old me needed to play. But at the time, thankfully, I had the brain acuity of this is fantasy. You can separate that from reality. And Dad also was like, it's okay. I know my son can do that. Mom was not happy, but it was a very fun game.
I think I've said it a couple times that when I was in kindergarten, my grandmother would like 4, 5, and 6. My grandmother would play Resident Evil 2, and I would watch her play Resident Evil 2. And then one day, for a kid like a kindergarten or first grade class or something, they're like, "Okay, so draw. We want you to do this assignment. We want you to draw yourself having fun with your friends." And I drew everybody dead as zombies and me shooting them because we were all having fun getting dead because we're playing Resident Evil. We're pretending to be zombies, and I got called into the counselor's office because they thought I was going to be the next Columbine killer.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's
I went to like a month of school counseling stuff, and they're just like, "So, how is your home life?" And fine. Like I was just like completely oblivious. I'm like, I don't know why I'm in trouble. Like I don't know what this is. Just like it's just a game.
why do you have to be mad? It's just game.
Yeah. Like at least at that point I was like, no, this is a game. I'm still gonna throw the controller when the zombies come at me because I'm afraid they're gonna hurt me for some reason, but I know that they're fake. But it's stupid kid logic. And then I wasn't allowed to play or watch Resident Evil until I was like 10 or something.
Anyway, I'm gonna head out. I'm being called for a quick thing,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna be going to bed. But I mean, thanks for having me around to just yap for
Yeah.
however long.
Thanks for playing and hanging out.
Yeah, nice chatting with you.
Yes. Farewell.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Gone. I'm gonna move back, I guess.
Okay.
Also,
I'm at the very least going to end my stream because I think I have well fulfilled my quota of streaming extra
Microphone
long
activated.
for missing like a bunch of days last week. So,
yeah, fair.
I'll still be around at least if you're going to do it, but I'm definitely ending mine. Yeah, it was almost 10 hours. So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say goodbye because I'm still here on Snake's End. So, whatever. Thanks for giving me ad revenue if you lurked around in my channel. Hell yeah.
I don't know.
Gone forever.
I don't think my parents ever really gave a shit about what I played so long as it wasn't like adults. So like they bought me Vice City. That was the only Grand Theft Auto I asked for, and that was the only one they really they didn't say no. But they were
good.
They were fine with getting me the the odd game that I would like Christmas or birthdays or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I would always ask for one or two, something I really wanted. More often than not, I would either buy used, like with money I earned, or rent. But they understood the concepts of like getting new games because it's like movies, like it's completely new new experience.
Interactive movie.
Yeah,
basically.
What they did not understand was that these things also occasionally require extra peripherals, like, say, a second controller or a memory card to save.
Yeah.
So, took, I want to say, a couple of years before I had a memory card for my PS2.
Oof. See, I was always really lucky in the fact that my grandmother was like, I wouldn't say heavy into the gaming scene, quote, at least for whatever it was back then, but she did pay attention. And my grandmother is very smart. So when they're like, hey, here's this thing, and you need this to do this, she's like, okay, getting it immediately. Like she looked into things and she still looks into stuff. But now she basically just asks me to do all that crap because I pay attention really hard to a lot of it. So when they, when they wanted to set up like their Switch Online and stuff, and she's like, it's not letting me like I can't play online games on the Switch thing when it's not connected to the internet. I don't know why. And I went, let me look at that. Because we never actually fucking made her Switch the main Switch because she had a profile on mine. So I had to deactivate that and everything else like that. And that's something that like you don't know, but at least back then it was very simple. It was just, hey, here's your console. You need a controller. Very important if you actually want to go and do things on it. And if you want to save your progress in these games, you have to have this to do it. So I think maybe when we got the PS2, I don't remember what the first games we had on it. It had to have been like, you know, like Resident Evil 2 or something like that. Whatever it was. But we had that. And I think the first game that we tried to play on it, and we ended up having to restart all of our progress, was when my grandmother went, we should look into why we can't, like, this is supposed to be able to save our progress. Why can't we do this? And then, we got a memory card very quickly after that.
I should amend. My father understood. He understood peripherals to a degree. What he did not understand was that not all peripherals are made equal. So there is I asked for the like the PS2 online network adapter. I got a GoNet adapter. That was the brand. I want to say it was like $30 or something like that.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was an like third party network adapter that worked initially for SOCOM 1, and that's it.
Oh.
So by the time Outbreak rolled around, I didn't know that I needed something else because I had a network adapter. It was online play. I could go online,
Yeah.
right? So Outbreak comes out.
Allegedly.
Yeah. I try to connect. Dad, I can't figure out why this thing isn't connecting. He comes in, he can't figure it out. I go to GameStop, I think. I'm like, yeah, so I can't play this online. What the hell? I'm like, yeah, you need an official adapter. It's this much. And my father goes, yeah, no. And didn't get that. But it took, I want to say, 3 months before I could play Outbreak online.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty good, like, all consider, like, oh, I had to wait 3 months before this versus, like, oh, I gotta wait, like, 4 years to do this.
Yeah, it was not as bad as it could have been, but definitely excruciating. He also did something I technically had a memory card, it just didn't work. It was a memory card that required an installation disk.
Okay.
And it didn't work. He also,
Okay.
outside of like the controller that came with, I had Mad Catz controllers and other types, like other brands, so they were pretty shitty.
Yeah.
But they were cheaper and they were controllers, right? He still does that. He'll still buy just like, although controller quality is more middling than it was back then. Rather, you had the extremes. You had like official, and then you had third party, which was typically just bad. Now you can get away with getting third party and be okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm lucky in the sense that my grandmother did care about all that kind of stuff because I never had to worry about the, adapters or anything else like that. But very unlucky in the sense that nobody in my house was fucking technologically savant at all. So like we had one of those old shitty beige ass desktops that my grandfather's friend built because that was his hobby. He ran a boat repair shop and he did computer work on the side as a hobby because he enjoyed all the technology. And I was so interested in it. I really wish I'd asked him about literally anything, or maybe wasn't shy enough to ask him about shit like that because my god, I could have been making like good money at this point if I had fucking done anything with him. Because that guy was building laptops.
Yeah, my father built all of our PCs. He's the reason I had one.
Mm.
And it wasn't exactly cheap back then, but it was something relatively.
Not like it's cheap now.
Yeah, it's relatively it
Not
was
anymore.
cheaper, but he made it all work. We all had our own PCs. Like he had one, and my siblings and I had one. My mother didn't care. She eventually got one, but not initially.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the first person to just actually straight outright build a PC. Well, technically no. My stepdad did build a PC, but he built it when we were still living in cockroach hell. So all the cockroaches blew up his PC.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Little
I warned
terrorists.
him it would happen. He did not listen to me. So yeah, I'm the first person to build a PC that didn't explode in this house.
It's gotten to the point because technology is so different and so expensive that my brother and I tend to be the ones who keep up to date on, or at least as much as we can, on hardware stuff.
Yeah. Boy, my PC's gonna need that soon. I want to play literally anything.
One of these days I'll get something I'll get a better graphics card. It's really all I need. Although I'm suspecting that I might need to replace my RAM. I think something might be going on, but I hope that's not the case.
I'm bare minimum. I think I'm gonna have to replace. I'm probably gonna have to replace the power supply because I don't know if it's gonna be good enough to hold one of the newer graphics cards.
What capacity? Do you know?
Like 900 watts.
Should be fine.
Yeah. Besides that, though, I just need a new motherboard. I think.
Yeah,
like
you
this one does
probably will.
not. It doesn't even have USB-C. I don't
Yeah.
even. Yeah, it doesn't have USB-C, and the fucking headphone jacks on the front of it don't work
Oh, good.
because there's no input for it.
Hey, you'll need a new motherboard, which will lead to new CPU. You'll probably just need a new build.
Yeah.
If we're being honest.
Yeah, and like at this point, I just need to. I mean, that's what I'm crossing my fingers for that fucking PC gamer one, but
Yeah.
I'm not holding out hope for that thing. I just need a new one.
Constable, are you still around? I remember a comment happened, and we just got swept up in the Twin Snakes thing. You were surprised that Twin Snakes was so, I guess, contentious in the community. Divisive, that's the word. People have problems with, or the people who have problems with it either typically have problems with the voice acting and the changes they made with it, or how piss easy it is compared to the original because they added MGS2 mechanics and the game isn't built for them. Why'd you say, oh fuck?
Because I might have forgotten to log on today. I hope I make the time. I hope it hasn't reset yet.
Oh shit.
I don't remember if I logged on after 12 yesterday. I think I might have.
I don't remember. Let me see.
I just want to get the fucking. I just want to get my dailies. That's all I care about. I'm not gonna play.
Last late today. I saw you. I had to have. Hold on. I'm gonna try it. Gonna make sure.
Okay, thank God.
The cutscenes were also
Today's
redirected,
dailies.
yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
That's another thing. They made it definitely a more over-the-top action. Those three things.
Literally just reset like 40 minutes ago. So
Yeah.
I did get my shit last night before I logged off. Thank God. Ooh. I would have been so mad.
Was it your last one?
No.
Okay.
No, it would have been my second one.
Ugh.
Not third one. Would have been my third one. So it would have been, just as bad, honestly. Missing any day is really bad. Whether even if it's the last day, like that's really, really shitty. But like, just any one of them you miss, and you're just like, well, fuck, I guess I'm not.
Hello, uncertain being. I think it's okay. It's not the same.
I'll be right back.
Got it. Okay, good. Yeah, I managed to log on. It's not the. It was said just yesterday. The dev said just yesterday that their inspiration was Capcom taking their sweet ass time with Outbreak or like doing something with it, so they decided to do it themselves. So there was some expectation there with the structure of the game. I don't necessarily think it's applicable with the kind of game they're making. For what it is, I see the potential for something like something solid, something enjoyable. with a tweak here or two with really more the technical stuff, like the way voice chat works. That's really it. Like, other than that, I feel like making more informed critiques will come when the game finally releases. Yeah, Twin Snakes was more than just updated graphics. The original MGS1 was all recorded in someone's house, basically. I don't even, like, literally, I think it was just someone's house. So the audio quality isn't great. They were all in the same room, though, which is nice, at least for the most part. But it wasn't quite up to snuff. At least it wasn't quite what they wanted it to be. So they did it in a proper studio with Twin Snakes. They changed the cutscene direction or in some cases, they removed, like, Naomi's accent, Maylin's accent. They played around with certain voice directions, change things up. That pissed people off. Like, I think it's fine. It is a different flavor, like slightly different flavor. I don't think either are bad. I think if I were to recommend a starting point, though, I would still recommend the PS1 version. If only to see, just like, if you're going to start MGS, I would say start with the first and then just go through, just so you can see the series evolve. You don't really get that transition between Twin Snakes and MGS2 since the technology is so similar, if not identical. Twin Snakes is one of 2 GameCube games that I actually own. So I got the GameCube very late in the game. Like, I have 2 of them, technically. My father bought 2 GameCubes for $40, one for $1 and one for $39 because of a Goodwill auction. And each one came with a game. One came with Twin Snakes and the other was Metroid Prime, of which I have not played. I might have, if memory serves, it might be the first time I actually played MGS1 in any capacity myself. Like, I played a demo, but I never owned it. It's always borrowed from a friend, so I never actually got to finish it. I feel like for the stream, kind of. More so just wrapping up and yapping a bunch.
Yeah. Yeah, we basically did the demo and then we started talking for a while about Resident Evil, as it inevitably happens.
Yeah. Got a physical copy of Twin Snakes when I was going through a retro game kick in high school and bounced off it because I couldn't get used to the controls. Yeah, I think that's fair. It's it handles strangely on GameCube, I feel. Like, it does work technically, I just don't really I don't really like the GameCube controller, if I'm honest.
I like the GameCube controller. I like the GameCube controller pretty much exclusively because it allowed you to do a lot of fun stuff with Super Mario Sunshine, and you just can't fucking really do that anymore. Which sucks.
Tragic.
Like, I could like, if somebody was like, man, I fucking hate the Nintendo 64 controller, I'd be like, you know what?
I get
That's
it.
valid.
Yeah,
I can't defend that.
Uh-huh.
I
No, it's fair.
cannot defend that. The GameCube controller is fine. It's, A, B button layout kind of fuck it up. it definitely had its own like measure of, oh, I need to learn how to use this fucking thing, especially compared to like Xbox and PlayStation controller. But it wasn't bad. It was fine.
I have a problem with the C stick, and I have a problem with the little nub.
That's
And I
fair.
have a problem with the triggers. I don't like how deep they go. Get the.
Yeah, you know, like I appreciated it.
It's probably great for something like Mario Sunshine, which requires pressure sensitivity.
Mhm.
But like
It fucking was.
yeah, it probably works for that. But I was used to more.
And boy, is it noticeable when you don't have it.
Yeah. Coming from other consoles with other snappier controllers, with the games I like to play, I wasn't really a fan of the GameCube controller.
Good night, Constable.
Don't die, Constable. Still hear his voice on the wind.
Yeah, basically, I'd be making a decision. I would be making a decision between getting a Switch 2 and like buying a
Eating.
new PC, basically, and eating. Yes.
I'm just gonna wait until Dusk Bloods, I guess, or there's something like it. I would have to save for it. Like I would have to plan for it. So when Dusk Bloods gets a release date, I'll begin that process.
Honestly, you should just begin it now, and then whatever you don't spend on it, you can just be like, extra games.
Well, I can't really do that because I have other things that I have to plan around, like for work and other things. So I have to prioritize. Switch 2 is not a priority.
Just save like $5.
I mean, at that point, it's just money in the bank account.
Well, I'm assuming that, like, you know, by the time Dusk Bloods does get announced, it'll be like a year. So if you just save $5 a month, that's like what, $120? 5 times 12.
60.
But I mean, that's enough for,
Half a
almost
game.
get a game. Yeah, half of a game.
The Nintendo tax.
Yeah, but that's still pretty good.
I'll figure something out closer to time. I'm not really worried about it now. I do, like, I'm glad that people are having fun with Mario Kart. Like, I'm seeing a bunch of people play. It's like, I kind of wish, but
I've been watching people playing it because, like, Greg has been playing it a lot because it came out, and he's got to do all this fucking, like 14-hour fucking subathon or whatever. And I don't think I like it. Everybody's sitting here being like, oh, how amazing it is, but like 3/4 of the game is just driving in a straight line. The free roam looks really good, yeah, and the 24-play races are really nice, but it's just a straight line until you reach the like 4th lap of most of those, and it's like, oh well, now you can go through the track as normal. But like, I don't think I like that.
it's unfortunate.
Am I becoming that old man who doesn't like change?
Yes.
Like, what happened to the laps?
I haven't.
Like, even with Mario Kart like 8 Deluxe or whatever the fuck like that, whenever there would be one of those fucking straight ass maps, I hated it. I absolutely hated doing them.
I didn't watch too much actual gameplay. I did see a clip of Sungwon Cho get absolutely destroyed by Daisy.
Yeah.
What else? Is there anything in game? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah. In a race. Let me see.
Yeah, one of that'll be one big purchase I have to make in the hopefully not so near future. Anything else game wise? Oh, Death Stranding 2 I need to grab. Then there's a bunch of shit coming out in like Q3, Q4 that I'm not looking forward to spending money on. I'm probably just gonna pick a couple to a few and go from there. I do need to play, which I'll do this week, Dune Awakening. Tomorrow's a Shay day, so it won't be tomorrow, but
Unless Shay also got a key for Dune Awakening. And then it
yeah,
could be.
so I suppose that's true.
Then you'd
We'll,
have to download it.
say again.
Yeah, but then he'd have to download it, and that's like, 80 gigs or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. I mean, he's got big boy internet, I'm pretty sure.
Also, don't forget about blueprints.
Yeah, I asked for a key for that as well. I have yet to hear back because there's the same way I got the Remax stuff. There was just it's an opt-in thing, just to ask for a key, and they either approve or deny, or in my case, just leave it hanging for days now. So I'm hoping that I get a key for it.
Well, if you don't, I guess you just got to get it the good old-fashioned way.
Yeah. But we'll see. June, likely Thursday. We'll see what happens. No D&D this week. Already this week has been awful, and it's going to be the awful is not over. I told you this, Lily. Family dog Sherlock has to be put to sleep Thursday because he has both arthritis and cancer. So there's not really much they can do aside from sink a bunch of money into it. That comes to a head on Thursday. So we'll see what happens then. It's either Thursday or Friday will be Dune Awakening, but I am obligated to do it because I have the key and I have to make content for it, at least a video.
Yeah. I'd probably do that the day that you're least sad. You're gonna be pretty fucking sad,
Yeah,
but like, there's gonna be there's a little degree of like slightly less sad, and then like really fucking sad.
yeah, it's there's no getting around it.
No.
Just the awful. I'm gonna try to go over tomorrow and try to catch them before they leave on Thursday. But I'm definitely going over tomorrow. Hang out with them. It also occurs to me that I don't have any stationery And this is relevant because I have to write a note to my neighbor who is still fucking about. And the only stationery I have that I'm aware of, if I even still have it, is graph paper. So I need a...
Okay, but you have the perfect opportunity to write them a serial killer note.
That's true. Oh, doctor, I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, it sucks.
Hmm. God. Good 15 years. Good long life here. Hmm.
Don't worry. Whichever day you play Dune, I will be in the. If you allow me to, I suppose I'll be in the call with you and asking as many questions about Dune as possible because I don't know shit about Dune
Oh,
other than big worm and drug spice.
I'm probably going to be the wrong person. Like, I like Dune. I've not read Dune. I have picked up bits and pieces of various amounts of lore through cultural osmosis, and then the movies happened, so I have more to fall back on. But I wouldn't say I know Dune. So I'm going to give you Shay level answers when it comes to those questions.
Look, it'll be great because then when I ask them and you don't know, the chat will inform us, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And they're definitely not going to feed us fake information and gaslight us.
There's so many contrary opinions on Dune from people who love it and hate it. It's a lot. I think I tried reading it once. It's just so goddamn dense. And there are multiple books.
I don't think I've ever tried to read it.
That's okay.
I'm getting killed for saying that I don't really read books.
I don't, like, compared to, well, I mean, really, I read a lot more, and like most of us did, read a lot more in my youth. But I want to read more. I keep toying around with the idea of doing readings of the Resident Evil books, just like on stream as a thing.
Yeah.
That has stalled my process of rereading them to see if they're even good, because I don't remember if I read them in high school. I don't remember, but I remember liking them with a question mark, and I started rereading the first book, and like right out the gate, it does some weird shit. Like it makes S.D. Perry turn stars into a national organization as opposed to a Raccoon City Police Department specific thing. And I think I know why she does that, because stars as a concept is fucking stupid in that it would never happen in any actual law enforcement structure. Like that's just not how they function. So I kind of get it, but at the same time it's really weird. It's like the liberties that she takes to either characters or like organizations, when compared to the accuracies that she goes to great lengths to include in regards to like the mansion layout, it's kind of wild. Like the descriptions are on point, and it's all based on RE1, like original, not RE-make. So it's very interesting rereading it, especially with my well, I had the knowledge back then, but I guess my experience when it comes to writing got our priorities in order. I mean, I maybe like that may be legit. Like it might have been for the better instead of just including things that didn't make sense for the sake of accuracy. Structuring them just serve a more like palatable narrative purpose, I think, is typically a good call when it comes to adaptations, but it's still weird. Like root beer. I do like root beer. NW is pretty solid. Trying to think of the only root beer that I can think of that I actively disliked was like store brand or like even worse, diet store brand.
Like mug. A&W is where it's at. For priorities that are already, would have more scenes of Wesker kissing Chris.
You don't know, I could be there.
That's only the fan fiction that got turned into some weird, obscure thing that never made as much headlines as 50 Shades.
I don't know
Which you should do.
God. I would be the one to do it.
Make your own 50 Shades of Grey. Just Chris and Wesker.
I don't know about that.
No, you're a coward then.
Yeah. How are you enjoying it, Doctor? Yeah, would that be something that anybody is even interested in doing, like a reading of those? It would take a while. There were like 7 books.
50 Shades?
No, not 50 Shades. Miss Sack Fair. Excellent. Yeah, definitely, if you can find the time afterwards at any point. Crisis Core is worth it. Crisis Core is solid.
We're not going back to Garfield Effect.
Nope. We're not reading 50 Shades. I was considering readings of the Resident Evil novels.
Okay, for how many subs would you start reading 50 Shades? Do a subathon. Make it the goal.
I'm debating whether or not I should lowball it, because
Might do a Garfield Effect reading for my D&D group when they metagame. You just need to slip Garfield Effect in there when they aren't expecting it.
I don't think anybody's ever expecting Garfield Effect. Like last time I did the readings, I knew how that I knew we'd read it before, and I still couldn't believe. They're not all connected, no. You have some continuations of certain games, like 10 and 10-2 or FF7 and like Crisis Core and Dirge of Cerberus, the FF7 compilation, they call it. But by and large, the numbered games typically are not connected. They might have loose, like world connections, very, very loose.
Yeah, I don't think that the Noctis boys and his gay little boy band are in the same like world as like, you know, Cloud and them.
No.
It's a
There's
very different thing.
I think some of them might share a world, but in like vastly different time periods, sort of thing, but nothing
Yeah.
that really matters or makes a difference. Yeah, each one is basically a new universe, new characters.
They just need to call it fantasy at this point. It's never final.
You don't know, it could be.
It was definitely final for Noctis.
Yeah. Okay, this is the real Final Fantasy. Seriously, this one's actually the Final Fantasy. I know that we said the last one was final, but this is it, guys. Working game titles.
They can't ever get rid of it. The Twink Noct is not in the same universe as Cloud. Yeah.
I can't believe it's
Am
not
I
Final
wrong?
Fantasy. No.
Diet fantasy. Call it every fantasy.
Actually, it was the first Final Fantasy to do direct sequel to a game. Does that account for like spin-offs and things? I don't remember if we saw any like direct sequels for some of the spin-offs.
This white male fantasy.
God.
Maybe you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Stabbing women fantasy.
I'm trying to recall if it happens more than once in the series.
I mean, it definitely happens twice.
Does it?
Yeah, they stab fucking what's her face from Noctis's gang.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, they fucking completely stab her through the same fucking way they stab Aerith.
God.
It's like exactly the same. Best part was is Square Enix fucking linking or spoiling that with their trailers. That and how Ignis gets burnt, which is funny.
They dropped the ball so hard with 15 as far as I'm like, I didn't dislike the game. I'm just aware of the potential that was there because they showed us the potential through the FF13 it was 13 verses at the time.
I know you're making a joke, Abrax, but there is definitely a limit. Like there is a limit. If a game has been out for so fucking long and you have not played it, I cannot like even if you're actively going through it and you don't know anything, I will try to refrain from it, but I know you've been around a while. Can't believe Dumbledore dies. See, I keep telling Snakey Nakes to make some fucking stickers and he won't.
I had stickers.
Yeah, and you haven't made them since.
Yeah. I would have to figure out how any of that stuff would even work now because the storefront I used just decided, we're done here.
I thought I linked you one. Like
Probably. It's been so long ago.
can't remember which one it is. I don't think it wasn't Sticker Mule. Don't ever do Sticker Mule. They align with the Orange Man.
I don't know.
Yeah. They scrubbed their website about it, but Abrax, what you want to do is if you can't figure out a place to stick your stickers, you need to get a binder, you need to fill it with wax paper, and then put your stickers on the wax paper so you can take them off later. That way they're not just sitting on that little fucking like sheet of paper or whatever the fuck.
Hello, Kappa.
Oh, I don't remember this. I wonder if I can search for it in the Discord things. Either way, I gave you a website.
I believe you. Into the Claire Obscura. So I got about until I took a nap earlier today, like before the stream, I had gotten about 3 hours of sleep, and I was feeling it come around like 11 a.m. because I was up at like 6:30. So I got less than 3 hours because I went to sleep at like 4-ish. But I woke up, chaffed about for a good while till about 11 a.m. rolled around, and then I was like, oh, I need something to do. And I saw a YouTube video that was, it was a Claire Obscure cover. And I just jumped in the rabbit hole of Claire Obscure music on YouTube for a good like hour and a half. Or should be sick. See, that is something that I would not be opposed to putting out there generally. It is a matter of logistics because you have to get the designs done, which costs, and then you have to get the like set up the storefront, which can cost depending. So I need to work some stuff out. I don't think you want the feed pics. Yeah.
I want you to know, and I'm definitely like I don't remember what I was searching or why I clicked on this because I definitely didn't search it. But in the history, I'm looking back through April because that's when I linked to the sticker website, and it just says, "What do Silverback's genitals look like?" And I, for the love of God, don't remember why I would have that in there.
I'm
I don't
sorry.
know why I need to look up monkey dick.
Hmm.
The only thing I think of is I accidentally clicked on something. Or like I needed something else in it. I don't fucking know.
Were you drawing pictures of any politicians?
No, I don't think so. This doesn't sort it by date, so I'm having to scroll.
Too late, pals. Now that you've put the idea in the universe, you're going to get ads for it somehow.
Yeah.
The algorithm knows.
The only thing I can possibly think of is I vaguely remember watching a Robin Williams clip where he's talking about Coco the gorilla. But like that was a lady gorilla, not a male gorilla. Anyway, don't worry. I'll force Snake to make some stickers at some point, I'm sure. I've been telling him to do it for like 3 years, I think.
We shall see. Yeah, I typically don't. The calendars were a great thing that you all put together. I typically don't like to do. I've never really done merch with the idea of like making any sort of profit. It's always been about stuff for you all, but I don't like. I can't do it in quantities that. Like as far as the storefronts would go, if I can't do it in certain quantities, I don't know if they tend to go for it these days.
There it is.
What's this?
Sticker Ninja. I like this company because the banner at the top of their page just says the first Pride was a riot. So fuck yeah.
I would probably have to get these made and then sent to me and then have to send them out myself.
Probably.
I don't think this is all right.
Man, I don't think there's any company aside from like maybe a mass manufacturer that does like even the lady that I sometimes order skirts for has to have them made and then they send them to her and then she sends them out.
The
So-
thing the 2 storefronts I've used before that have done stickers and other things like t-shirts, etc. They were just like a storefront that did everything, but those are harder to come by, at least in any affordable fashion these days.
Yeah. You just gotta do it yourself. You can, stick the stickers in like a, I don't know, manila envelope or something.
But
Yeah, I
dead
might have
drop.
done like a search. Yeah, you can do like if you just want to do like one sticker or something like that, just like make one type of sticker. It's very easy to do that. And you can order it's a single sticker, I'm pretty sure that could be, whatever, 3 by 3 inches or whatever. Yeah, preset sizes, or you can custom size it. And if you want 50 of them, it's like $54. Which is, pretty good.
I'm sorry, how many?
50. So it's basically like $1 a sticker and then tax. So if you wanted like, I don't know, 30 stickers, it'd be like $40 or something. Like 20 of them is like, you should get 20 of them because it's $27.
God. I have to come up with a plan for that, especially if I'm shipping them out myself, because that would factor into cost. And
Like I said, if you're just doing like a singular 2-inch sticker or whatever the fuck it is, you can literally just put it in a basic bitch envelope.
yeah,
And that shouldn't cost you any. You'd still have to pay for the envelopes and stuff, but you can get an envelope pack for like $5-6 that has like 50 of them in it or something.
Well, it's the envelopes and then the stamps.
And the stamps are probably the bigger one, but so it is good to have stamps around anyway.
Each one is pre-licked. I used to have, so I don't think I have them anymore, but I had some stamps. Last time I had to mail something out.
Just ask your parents if they have stamps. They're old. They'll probably have some.
They have them, but they go through them. My mother tends to mail things off pretty regularly.
Oh yeah, just ask her to pick up some stamps. There you go. She'll get you the floweriest stamps they have.
I mean, I don't care. Stamp's a stamp. Rob the post office. Pull a heist.
The post office are already struggling enough as it is.
Yeah,
Go rob the post office.
there is one
Go rob
employee
a
there.
Walmart or something.
Do they have?
I don't
Can
think
they?
that- well,
Can they sell
think
stamps
they might.
outside of a post office?
Walmart might sell stamps.
I didn't think that was legal, but
I don't think I've ever asked.
I have them in the
Yeah.
outgoing.
Can you sell stamps?
Canada, there are certain places that do that. Yeah, I've never really considered anywhere but the post
No, I don't
office
watch this
selling
video.
them.
No,
Are you sure? We'll play it for you.
I'd rather go to WikiHow.
It's right here.
No.
You just have to sit back and enjoy.
Oh, all right. Yeah, all right. If there is a USPS logo wherever you're shopping at, so like, like maybe a bank or whatever, they're found at ATMs, banks, big box stores, gas stations, grocery stores, office supply stores, and also pharmacies.
More you know.
You can also now apparently purchase stamps by phone.
I'm not quite 80, so no thank you.
You can purchase them directly from a mail carrier.
As in, ask a mailman if they've got the goods.
Typically, only postal carriers along rural routes sell stamps, but you might as well ask your mail carrier. Rural route carriers usually carry enough stamps to meet their customers' mailing needs. Avoid simply leaving your mail and change to cover in the post box. If your mail carrier doesn't have stamps, or say maybe creating extra work for them. You can also ask for stamps by a mail order form if they don't have them. They'll fill you they will give you a form for you to fill out, or you can pick one up at a post box. Once you've filled out the form with whatever stamps you want, and including whatever else, you can just like give that to them, and they'll be back in a couple days.
No, I don't think I will.
Yeah, or you can go into like Target or whatever the fuck and get some stamps. Allegedly, I've never seen them. I'm assuming they're behind the counters.
Yeah, it's something I'd never even considered though. Anywhere else selling them.
Now you have something to consider for your fantasy world. Where do people get postage for the carrier pigeons?
Did they have? Oh, I thought they just did it. Just fed the pigeon.
I mean, I think that they had like a tower, and you could go to the tower and be like, I need to deliver this. And then you pay, and then they send the bird out. But basically the equivalent of a stamp. I learned recently that the birds were trained to go home, but they weren't trained to come back. So you'd have to like ship the bird back, basically. Which is wild. I kind of understand why they are no longer domesticated. It's very sad. I think I would have a pet pigeon if I could, but
No, I think Detective Scott, you're right if birds aren't real.
yeah, they're all drones.
Say would be so upset right now.
I saw her playing Mario Kart with Z and them the other day. That was cool. I saw her name pop up, and I recognized the little character tuber thing in the top left, and I went,
Hello, Bliss. You've arrived at an inopportune time, as I am considering calling it.
You're trying.
Yeah, there was something else. Oh, there was, but it's something I forgot to do, but it's too late now.
Oh.
The Wordle.
Earned a medal? Hell yeah. No. Look, you just have to go and do the Wordle. You just go to previous day and do it. And then be like, look, I did it. And I didn't look at anything of what you guys said.
I don't know if you can go to the previous day.
You not? It's a shit game if you can't.
Take care, Asian guy. Hey, what are you making? You can't just say that.
Wow. Yeah.
Let's see.
Speaking of weekly stuff, you guys should do this. And if you don't get it on the first attempt, I'm going to be very sad.
Let's see. Oh, it opened up in OBS.
Oh no.
I wonder if that's a setting I can change, probably. I'm going to do this and then call it. Should I know this?
Probably. I played a lot. I also play previous days. I'm going to do because I've missed the last couple days. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, I got it on the third one.
Hey, good stuff.
All right. Thank y'all for hanging out and listening to us talk about nonsense for the past, 2-3 hours.
Yeah.
Tomorrow it's something with Shay. Potentially more Remnant, we'll see. Thursday, dubious. It'll depend on, whether or not I feel like, or feel up to, rather, I should say. Being in a public environment like a stream. Either way, past Wednesday, the next stream will be Dune, because I need to do more of that. Or rather, do it, period. due to agreements made with getting the key in the first place. So until then, thank you all for hanging out. Thank you, Lily, for playing.
Yeah, jam me.
See y'all next time. Why is